In this video series, we are going to begin with the JavaScript. JavaScript is basically a scripting language which can be embedded in a HTML page. HTML page simply means any web page which is running on World Wide Web. Once you embed the JavaScript in the page, you can provide the various functionalities to that particular web page, such as you can put some validations, you can make the page even more interactive, you can put some animation kind of things. So that is all we can do using the JavaScript. So make sure before getting started with the JavaScript, you have the sufficient knowledge of HTML and CSS, as we will be working with the web page, and these two are the important things which you must know for creating the interactive web page. Now here, as I just said, it's a scripting language, but if I'll add something more, I will say it is a client-side scripting language. Client-side means whenever you will execute the JavaScript on a web page, the complete execution will happen on the client side only. There will be no server-side interaction while executing the JavaScript. That's why whenever we'll try to do some operations like putting the validations or doing the animation like things, everything will execute on the client side, which will also efficiently execute the page, means the performance of the page will be more better. Now something more about JavaScript, let's see. It is untyped. Untyped means, if we know something about the programming languages, you may know about the thing called data types, which specifies the type of data we are going to process. But while working with JavaScript, you will observe like it is untyped, means it is not a type safe language. So whenever you will have to store something, you will just use a variant type, and that type can store any type of value. So we will have to take care like which type of data we are going to manipulate manually. Apart from that, it is multi-paradigm, means you can do various kinds of development, website development things related to JavaScripts. Nowadays, JavaScript is also a backbone of so many different technologies like jQuery, AngularJS, Node.js, and so many JS-like technology you may be hearing nowadays. It is functional, which will make the code even more modular. You can split the particular code in the different functions, and you can call them up on a particular event, as it is also event driven. So using JavaScript in such a way will make it wonderful, and so that we can use it even more creatively. It is interpreted by browser's JavaScript engine. Now, if the question comes like when I write a simple HTML, how it runs? Every browser has a parser which reads the HTML tags and render the text accordingly. For example, if I use h1 tag, so the text written within the h1 would be shown as the h1, as a heading 1, the biggest heading. But if I say, what about JavaScript? Means if I am writing some logical code, some programming like code, how the browser will be able to execute that? So for that, as it is mentioned, every browser has the JavaScript engine. For example, for Chrome, it is V8 engine. For different browsers, it's different engine. So that JavaScript engine is actually able enough to execute the code which is written in the JavaScript. And make sure while doing this, your JavaScript must be enabled for that particular browser. Only then you will be able to see the execution of your JavaScript code. Now let's move on to some more advantages of JavaScript, as it is less server interaction. Alright, means while executing, it will execute mostly on the client side, so it will be a lesser interaction with the server, and that will make the performance better. Alright, because if the code is here only and it is running on the client side, the page will not be posted back to the server again and again, and that will definitely enhance the performance of your web page. Richer interface. As in jQuery, we internally use some of the functions of JavaScript which makes the interface even more better. So you can say like it will give you a richer interface through animations or through some dynamic CSS kind of things, which will make it even more attractive and the client will feel like good while working with the web pages. Increased interactivity, that's what it means. All right, when you will create a rich interface, a more interactive interface, it will be good for the client and it will keep on coming to you. So these are some key features of JavaScript. From our next video onwards, we will start with the implementation of it. In this video of JavaScript, we are going to cover arrays. In computer science, array is basically a data structure which allows us to store multiple values in a single variable. Yes, earlier we have read that it is not possible, but the way to do this thing is actually a bit different. Here, when we will define such variable, that variable will actually behave like a collection. And in that particular collection, there will be a number of memory blocks would be defined. How many memory blocks? That we will define while defining the arrays. That means when we will define the array, along with the definition, we will specify the number of blocks which we want, and after that we can start storing the value in each of those element blocks. And since, as you can see, it stores a fixed size sequential collection of elements, that means it is a fixed size. The size which you will specify by the time of creating the array, later you will not be able to change that. And if you will try to store values more than that, your program may get terminated abnormally. So make sure while defining the array, you are specifying a handsome amount of size which will not cause any overflowing. Now you have defined the elements, number of elements of an array, and after that you can start storing the values into that. Whenever you want to access a specific element block from that list of array blocks, you have to pass the index, as whenever you create an array, the index of each memory series starts with a 0 to 1, 2, 3 and so on. For example, if I have defined an array of size 5, then the lower index will start with 0, then 1, 2, 3 and 4. So whenever I want to retrieve or assign the value, I have to pass the index like that. So here you can see there are a couple of syntaxes about writing the data, how we can start writing the data or elements in an array. So here what I have done, I have taken a var fruits. Fruits is the name of my array, is equal to new array. Alright, this new is a keyword to allocate a new and fresh memory space, and into that you can pass the elements like apple, orange, mango. So it is sequential storage. Here I have not specified the size. You can also do that, like you can say new array 5 and then later you can assign the values. Here I directly stored the value. So the first element will get stored in the index 0, then 1 and 2. And very similarly I have done here as well. So both are the valid syntaxes if I talk about JavaScript. Once you have defined the array, and after that if you want to retrieve the elements in separately, alright, so what you can do, fruits like the name of the array, and then in the square brackets you can pass the index. As I said earlier, index will start with 0. So when you will say fruit 0, so it will give you apple, fruits 1 will give you orange, and fruits 2 will give you mango. So let's see practically now how we can start implementing the concept of arrays. So now in this implementation of arrays, as you can see, first of all I have defined the array of length 5 and I have used new keyword for allocating a new and fresh space for this particular array. The size of the array is 5, that means it will create 5 separate element blocks in which you can put a specific value. And to point out those particular blocks, we can pass the index. So like here you can see the index is starting from the 0, then 1, 2, 3 and 4. So in this particular index you can assign any type of value. As JavaScript is not a type safe language, you can put any type of value, but when we talk about array, basically it is the collection. So we generally make a collection of similar type. Here I have put the value of same types, and now to read that particular array, what I can do is I have just written a loop which will start from the 0 till the less than 5, that means 4. And obviously it will run, this loop will run from 0 to 4, and at every time I am running this, I am reading the ith index, which is changing from 0 to 4. So and every time I am printing the value, I am breaking the line as well. So let's see how this particular output will be looking like. So as expected, here the value from 10 to 50 is being printed. You can also do the inline initialization for the array, as here you can see right after the new array I have not passed the size, but I have used the curly braces to initialize all the values. So here I have passed 5 values. So array is always having a static memory allocation. Any particular number of values which you will pass here, that will be the size of the array. For example, if I'll pass the 6th element, now the length of the array is 6. So let's execute it till the 5th index. If it is 6, length is 6, the last index would be 5. Alright, so let's refresh this one, and here you can see the output. So as we have discussed these particular syntaxes in the description also, like there are various ways of initializing an array, and anytime you want to read, you can simply pass the index after that and you can retrieve the value. When we have a number of elements all together, sorting and searching are the two very important tasks that we need to do. If we have a number of elements stored in an array and I want to sort them in a particular order, that is either ascending or descending order, I can go for the sorting concepts. And here I have written a very simple program of bubble sort in which I am sorting an array in ascending order of length 6. So here in the very first line you can see I have assigned some values in an array like 7, 2, 8, 1, 3, 4. It's random values I have put inside this, and now I want to sort it out. So before sorting, I have just printed the value right here like this before sort, and if, as you know, it's a 6 number of elements are there, so 0 to 5 this loop is running, and I'll print each and every value out there. Now as soon as I printed, I'll start doing the bubble sort. So for any successful bubble sort, I need to run a loop for n into n minus 1 times. So that is what I have done here. Like here it's n is the length of the array, that is 6. So this loop is running for the 6 times, inner loop is running for the 5 times, so overall it will be running at the 30 times. So that is the maximum number of cycles that we have to execute for a successful bubble sort. So let's see what I have done inside this particular loop. So here you can see like j is started from 0 and obviously it is less than 5. So when the first time this loop would be running, the value of j is 0 and j plus 1 is of course 1. So if the value of the earlier value, if the earlier value is greater than the later value, for example j is 0 and 1, so if ARR 0 is greater than ARR 1, of course in this particular case 7 is greater than 2. So what I want is I'll have to swap these two values so that 2 will come before the 7. Alright, that will not make it a complete sort, but of course the two values will be sorted because it is the ascending order, so any smaller value have to come before the greater value. So that is what I have done inside this. Like these 3 lines are simply swapping the values of the 0th and 1th index. So the index or the value of 1th index will be here in the 0th index, and the 7 which is at 0th index will come to the 1st index. So similarly this loop will go for this 5 times, means 0 to 4 index would be covered, and of course as you can see here in the logic I am putting j plus 1, so the last index is 5. When j is 4, so what it will be saying, if ARR4 is greater than ARR5, that means these two values will be compared, and if required the swapping will take place, but only in one cycle. The complete sorting will not be done. So to iterate this particular concept again and again, I have placed it inside this another loop, and it will make it show like in 30 cycles this loop will be sorted completely, and after that I have printed the loop again in the very same way I have done it earlier. So let's execute, and here you can see the output. Like initially it was like 7 2 8 1 3 4, and later it's 1 2 3 4 7 8. Alright, if you want to sort it to the descending order, you can simply replace the greater than symbol to the less than. Now the swapping will be done when the smaller value is before the larger value. So now you can see this whole array is being converted into the descending order sorted. In this video of JavaScript, we will begin with the variables. As in the programming and even in the scripting of JavaScript, variables are something which can store a single value at a time temporarily. Temporarily means the value can be changed later during the execution if required. As earlier we have already discussed in the features of JavaScript, like it is not a type safe language, so whenever you will be defining any variable, it will not be having any specific data type. So we will use a var, that is variant keyword, whenever we will go for any variable declaration, and after that we can assign any type of value. But since we want to be logical, we will not try to do so and will stick to a single data type of value. Now whenever you will start working with the variables, they would be having two scopes, either local or global, but practically we will do that as soon as we will start working with the functions. So if any variable is defined inside a function, that is a local variable, and if you define any variable out of the functions, it will be a global variable, means it can be accessed inside any functions you are making. But initially it is nothing like that, because we are not going to implement any functions. So let's see practically how can we start working with the variables in JavaScript. So now in order to declare the variable, here we will use the var keyword, and after that you will name the identifier. So like here, if I want to store some name, I will name the variable, that is the name, and then if you want you can assign the value right here, or you can do it later. So if I want to assign the value, what I'll do, I'll put a double quotes, since here I want to store the string type of data. As we already discussed that JavaScript is not a type safe language, it is loosely typed language, so you don't have to specify a specific data type right here. Just by specifying the var keyword, you can define a variable, and after that you can assign any type of value into it. Let's say here I assign a value. Similarly, if I want to assign some other things like age, which is a numeric value, I can do that as well. And similarly, you can assign any type of value like the same. For example, if you want to assign some decimal numbers also, you can do that in the very same way, like this. And similarly, whenever you want to print the data, you will use the same method, that is document.write, which we have already used, either document.write or document.writeln. So make sure that whenever you are printing the value of an identifier, you will not put them in the quotation, and you will keep them like this. But if you want to put anything before that, you can simply put it in double quotes like name, and then a concatenation symbol, that is the plus. So let's save this one and see the output in the browser. So as here you can see, similarly if I want to do some more things, I can do that in a very simple way. If I will run this, you will see all the things in the same line like this, But if you want to break the line, as we know, we use the BR in the HTML. So I will simply concatenate that right after each message like this. And again in age, and if I'll do anything after salary, so that will again come in the next line. So now this is the output we were looking for. So similarly like this, you can start creating the variables and can assign the values as per your requirement. So far in the JavaScript, whichever code we have written having a linear execution, means from the line 1 to the last line it kept on executing. But if I want to execute few things on a particular condition only, I can go for the conditional statements, as these condition statements will first compare the conditions using the variables and the operators which we have already covered, and if the condition is satisfied, then it will do the particular task. So here in JavaScript we have a couple of conditional statements such as the if else and switch, where if else will be used by in JavaScript code like if, after then we can specify a condition, and if the condition is not satisfied we can pass the else statement. And secondly, we have a switch statement which will be doing a short circuiting like thing, means a direct execution as soon as the condition is matched. But in this video only we will just cover the introduction of it. In our next video onwards we will start with the implementation of if and switch statement separately. Now in the conditional statements, let's talk about the if else statement. As I already discussed in the previous video, it is used to pass some conditions, that is, after the if keyword I can pass any condition using the logical or comparison operator, and if the condition is not satisfied then we can go for the else. But else is optional, so you are not forced to add the else keyword right after the if. So this is how the execution will take place. Like when the code flow will be happening, there will be a condition carried by the if keyword. If the condition is true, then only we will execute the conditional code. If it is false, we will terminate that particular code, means that particular code will not get executed. You can also change the multiple conditions using the else if, means if the first condition is false, you can proceed with the second condition, and the second condition will with else if will only be compared when the first condition is false. So let's see practically how can we implement this else if and if statements all together. So here we are implementing the if statement. What we are doing here is we will be taking the marks of any three subjects from a student, and after that I'll sum them up and will calculate the percentage. On the basis of the percentage, I will assign them a grade, like whether it's grade A, B, C or D. So what I'm doing here is using the prompt box, I'm taking the all three marks. Now whenever you will enter something in the prompt box, it will be treated as the string. So here whenever you will use the plus operator for adding the things, it will actually be concatenated and you will not get the desired result. So in order to make them treated like the integer, what I have done is I have used the method called or function called parse int. So in this parse int, what it will do, it will convert the type to the integer. So now when I will add this when I will use this plus symbol, it will actually add them rather than concatenating. So once I get the total, I have applied a very simple formula for calculating the percentage, and here I am considering the maximum marks as 50. So whatever the percentage is there, I will print that, and after that on the basis of that percentage I will pass the conditions in order to get the grades. Now here you can see it is if, and right after this it's a parenthesis inside which I will pass a statement which will return a boolean value. So here I am using this comparison operator, and we have already discussed about it. Like whenever you will be using the comparison operator, it will return you a boolean. So if this particular condition is true, I will get an alert box with the thing grade A. Now if this condition is incorrect, so it actually depends what you have written after that. For example, if I don't have these line of codes, so if the percentage is not greater than 80, nothing is going to happen. If it is greater than or equal to 80, I will get a message grade A. But it's all depends on the situation and your requirement, like what and how you want to do in a condition. Means if this condition is incorrect and I don't want to do anything in the condition when the condition is incorrect, so I will leave the program like that. But if I want to do something, if this condition is incorrect, or if I want to check some more conditions, if this condition is false, then I can go for all these things. Like here you can see it is not a if, but it is else if. Means this condition will be checked only when the previous condition is false. If this is true, this will never be compared. Similarly, if this condition is returning true, then we will not go to all these statements. This condition will only be checked when this will return a false, and so on. And similarly, when all the conditions are false, only then the control will come in the else part. So this is chaining thing, right? You can see whenever I'm using the else if, that means each and every condition is changed, and it will come, the control will come inside them only when the previous conditions are false. So for example, if I have entered something and the percentage is having 85, so 85 is greater than 80, 85 is greater than 60 also, 85 is greater than 40 also. But as I said, if this particular condition is true, the control will never come in these conditions. So doesn't matter whether they will return true or false, nothing is going to happen. So let's save the program and see the output in the browser. So let's refresh this. Here I'll enter the marks. So as I said, like I'm taking the marks out of 50. So I entered 45, 46, 47. They are pretty good marks. So obviously the percentage is good. That is 92. And here I'll get grade A. Similarly, if I'll enter some marks like 34, 32, 37. So the percentage is something 68. So it will get grade B. And similarly, if the marks are quite low, like 14, 24 and 12, so it's 33%, it's grade D. Alright, so on that particular basis you can actually calculate the things and can pass the conditions using the if statement. Apart from that, you can use any operator which we have covered earlier, which are returning a boolean value. So this is a very basic implementation of if statement.
In this video of JavaScript, we are going to start the iteration statements, normally called as loops. In the basic programming, it is a very obvious situation, like we come across a thing where we need to execute some set of statements continuously multiple times, probably with the different values. For example, if I want to find the even numbers from 1 to 100, what I need to do is I will have to write the code for checking the even or odd again and again. But rather than writing the same code again and again, I can put this particular code inside a loop which will provide various values, means different values from 1 to 100 continuously. And inside the loop, we will check the condition. If the number is even, we will print that. So such things can be done by the iteration statements, as this is a statement which allows the execution of a particular set of block code multiple times or several times. Whenever you will write a loop, you will have to pass a condition, so that until and unless that particular condition is true, the loop will keep on executing, and as soon as it is false, the loop will get terminated. For example, as I said, I want to find all the even numbers from 1 to 100. So it is a condition like the number or the value of I of whichever variable I am using, that should be less than or equal to 100. As soon as the value will exceed from the 100, the loop must get terminated. So this is what it's written here, keeps on executing until a given condition is true. So whenever you will start writing these control statements, whether it is the conditional statements or iterational statements, logically as per your requirement, you can make them nested to any level. Here is the basic idea how the iteration statements or loop get executed. So here, this is the control flow. There must be a condition. If the condition is true, then we will execute the conditional code and the control will again come to this condition. So unless and until this condition is returning true, this loop will keep on executing. As soon as the condition is false, it will get terminated. If there is any logical error, you may write an infinite loop which will not be able to come out of this iteration. Logically, you can classify the loops in three different types, that is for, while and do while, which we will be discussing in our later videos practically as well. But all these loops would be having the similar thing which we discussed right now, that it will allow the set of statements to get executed iteratively multiple times. So in our next video onwards, we'll start with the implementation of them. Now let's get started with the for loop. As in the previous videos, we have already discussed the basic functionality and the basic feature of the iteration statements, that is, it will keep on executing unless and until a given condition is true. So the same feature will be followed by the for loop as well. But what's the speciality? The speciality is for loop should be used when the number of iterations are known. For example, if I want to find the even numbers from 1 to 100, I know that I need to execute the loop from 1 to 100. In this particular case, I can go for this for loop. But whatever I am saying here is just the ideal things. But if you know how to play with the loops, and that will come with the practice of course, you can replace any loop with any other loop anytime in your programming. Alright, so let's first get through with this for loop. As here you can see the syntax of it. Inside this for, you can see it is being classified into three different parts. That is, first is the initialization, second is the condition, and third one is the increment. So whenever you will begin this particular loop, as I said, the number of iterations should be known. So here I will initialize the value. Let's say I will initialize the variable I with 1. That is the initial thing. Condition means the finishing point, when you want your loop to be terminated. That condition will come here. So here I will write something like I is less than or equal to 100, means that is the condition. Unless and until the I value is less than or equal to 100, it will keep on executing. And increment, since I is 1 and it needs to go till 100, I need to keep on incrementing the value. I have to increase the value every time I am running this loop. So for that, it is increment. You can also take it in a reverse way, like I started with 100, I need to drag it till 0 or 1, and for that I will decrease the value. So it's all conditional as per your requirement, and inside this you will write the code. So this is how you can write a for loop. Now how it will execute. First of all, the initialization thing will execute. It will initialize a particular variable with any particular given value. Before entering to the body of the for loop, it will check the condition. If the condition is true, only then this code block will get executed. If the condition is false in the very first time, it will not execute at all. Alright, so the condition, if it is true, then the code block will execute, and then its increment. Increment means after executing the complete body, it will again go to this particular section where the increment will be taking place. Now after increment, again Before entering into the body, it will check the conditions. All right, so this thing will keep on executing unless and until the condition is true, and as soon as it is false, the code will get terminated or the loop will get terminated. All right, so let's execute this particular loop practically.
So in this implementation, you can see I have written a for loop in which there are three parts as I discussed earlier. Here it's the initialization part in which I am initializing the value of I with 1. After that, it's a condition, means I want this loop should keep on executing itself unless and until this condition is true. So unless and until the value of I is either lesser or equal to 10, I want this loop to be executed. And how the value of I will reach from 1 to 10? I'll have to make the incrementation, and so for that, here is the I++. This plus operator will be increasing the value of I every time with 1. So what will happen basically, at the very first time when the control will come in this loop, this will be initialized with 1, and then the value of I will be compared with this condition. If this condition is satisfied, only then the control will come inside the loop body and these set of statements will get executed, where I am just printing the value of I along with the breaking the line. Once all the statement of this loop body will execute, then the control will go to the increment part and it will increase the value of I with 1, means the 1 will become 2, and again before entering the loop we will check the condition, and this process will keep on going unless and until there is a condition satisfaction. As soon as the condition will be false, this loop will get terminated. So let's see the output of this program. As here you can see, I is equal to 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. So as I said in the description as well, like we will use this for loop when we know like the condition, the number of executions are known. So here I am starting it from 1, I am taking it till 10. So it's obviously sure like I want this loop to execute from 1 to 10. If I want to make the increment more than 1, like I++ is just an increment statement, you can use any increment statement what you want. So here what I'll do is I say I plus equals to 2. That means here I'm incrementing the value of I with 2. So now when I will refresh it, you see I is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and so on. Now let's take one more example, like I want all the even numbers from 1 to 100 and I want the sum of all those even numbers. So what I'll do is I starts with 1, I is executing till I is less than or equal to 100. I will just make an increment by 1 only, so I++. And now inside, since this is the statement, you can actually use any statement inside this. So I will inject the if statement inside and I'll say I mod 2 is equal to 0. If the modulus of value of I with 2 will be 0, modulus means the remainder. So if you will divide any number with 2 and the remainder is 0, I will say that is the even number. So what I'll do is I'll simply put these statements inside the if statement. Alright, so I'll just pass the delimiters like that. Alright, okay, so it will print all the even numbers, something like this, like here you can see 2, 4, 6, 8 and so on. Now if you want to add all those numbers, so for that what I'm doing is I'm just taking one more variable for summing them up and I will initialize them all with 0. So what will happen here, whenever any prime number, any even number will be there, so I'll simply say sum is equal to sum plus I. That means whatever value is there in the I will add them up in the current value of sum and then I will update the new value of sum as well. For example, sum is 0. Now if I is coming inside this for the first time, the value of I would be 2. So the current value of sum is 0, 0 plus 2 is 2. So that 2 will be assigned to the sum. The value of sum also becomes 2. Now the next time when the control will come inside this condition, the value of I would be 4. So what will happen? Here it will do current value of sum is 2 and I is 4. 2 plus 4 is 6, and now the value of sum will become 6. So likewise it will keep on executing till the value is of this I is 100. Now outside this loop, what I can do, I can simply print the value of sum with the message like total and then concatenate. And before executing, let's remove this line break also. So now let's see the output, and here you can see it's 2550. That's the sum of all the even numbers from 1 to 100. Similarly, we can also find the factorials like that. So let me take a number for that. For example, I will take it num is equal to parse int, and here I'll use the prompt box, enter a number like that. Alright, and now what I'll do, I'll just start the execution from 1 till that particular number. Alright, and in factorial what we have to do, we have to multiply the numbers. So I'll have to do the product. So I will start the product with 1, because if you will multiply with 0, every number will become a 0. So parse int prompt and then enter a number. So here I'm taking a number in this num. So what I'll do is I will start it from 1. You can also start with 2 also, because if you multiply anything with 1, it will remain the same. So it's all up to you. And now I'll just remove this condition, and inside this what I'll do, I'll say product is equal to product into num. Alright, I'll have to pass I here. Alright, because num is the maximum limit. So let's execute this, and here now you will get the correct answer. Like I entered 5 and it is coming 5 into 5 is 120. The factorial of 5 is 120. Like what it is doing, 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Similarly, if you will do it for 6, it's 720. Alright, so this is how you can plan of using this for loop, in which there will be a variable which will be taking a value from a starting point to the ending point, and every time when I'm using this for loop, I know the exact number of executions.
Now let's get started with the while loop. Since it is also a loop, would be having all the common features like any other loop, but the question is, what is the difference? As in the for loop, we should know the number of iterations. It is not that particular in case of while loop. So basically we will use the while loop when a program is having its own condition and I want to execute a loop until that condition is true. For example, if I want to walk from my office to my home, I don't know how many steps exactly I need to take, but I will keep on walking unless and until I reach my destination, my home. So the similar situation will occur with the while loop also, where the exact number of execution will not be known, but we will execute this loop till a particular condition. For example, if I want to find the 100 prime numbers starting from 1, so I exactly don't know which is the 100th prime number. Alright, so in such situations I can go for the while loop. But as I said earlier in the previous video, if you are very comfortable with the loops, anytime you can replace one loop with the another. It is just the ideal statements I'm talking about. So here's the syntax. Like a while keyword right after a condition which must be returning a boolean, and then a conditional code. So this is how a very simple syntax, alright. You can write this code and how it will execute. Let's see that. So first of all, the condition will be checked. If it is true, code block, and so it will keep on executing. As soon as the condition is false, the loop will get terminated. But it's something more than that. Let's see practically and do that.
Here in the implementation of while loop, I have written a program in which I am counting the digits of a number. So for the number, I am taking the user input using the prompt box, and whatever will come, I'll convert it to the integer using this parse int method. For counting, I have taken a counter variable which is initialized with 0, and here it's a condition like while num is greater than 0. I am not passing any number of iterations here in this program. So let's see how this program will work like here. So let's say in the user input I entered a 4-digit number like 5432, and obviously the counter is initialized with a 0. Now when this condition will be checked, like 5432 is greater than 0, obviously it is greater than 0, so it will come inside, the control will come inside, and what it will do, it will divide the number with 10. So when you will divide the 5432 with 10, it will become 543.2. Alright, let's pass a comment. Alright, now so 543.2, and actually I don't want to take this decimal number. That's why what I have done, I have used the math.trunc method, which will truncate the number to the lower digit to the 0th decimal places. So it will become 543, and now the increment will be done in the counter. It will become 1 from 0. Now this loop will run again. So 543 is the current value of num, which is still greater than 0. Again it will come inside and will divide with 0, will truncate the decimal part, and then it will become 54. It will become 2. Next time when this condition will be checked, this is still greater than 0, control will come inside, and it will become 5.4, which will truncate it by 5, and the counter is again working fine. Now the next time it will do this particular thing, 5 is divided by 10, so it will become 0.5, and again when it will be truncated, it will become a 0, and the counter will be incremented by 1, and it will become 4. Now when this condition will be checked, so num is having 0 now, so 0 is not greater than 0, so this loop will be terminated, and outside I am printing the value like digits is the value of count, and count is having 4 in this situation. Alright, so let's execute this program and see how the output is looking like. So here let's say I am entering 6-digit number. Alright, so when I will execute it, it's showing 6. Alright, if I enter 4-digit number, it's saying 4. So this is all about the while loop. So as I said in the description also, we don't know how many times a loop is going to execute. This is a loop, and as per the requirement, it is changing the number of cycles. If I'm entering a 6-digit number, the same loop is running for 6 times. If I'll enter a 2-digit number or 1-digit number, it will execute it to that number of time. So this is all about the syntax and the concept of while loop.
Now let's begin with the do while loop. Do while loop is actually having something different than any other loop we have learned. Do while loop basically checks the condition after the loop execution. That means at least the loop will get executed once, and after the one execution it will check the condition. If it is true, it will execute it again, otherwise it will get terminated. So as you can see here, it's do conditional code, and after the conditional code in the while you can add the condition. Alright, and that must be terminated with the semicolon also. Alright, that is mandatory. So here is the code block and then a condition. If false, it will get terminated. If true, it will keep on executing. So as it is written, do while loop is guaranteed to execute at least one time. Alright, so because the reason is the condition is being checked after first execution. Basically, you can plan working with the do while loop whenever you want to execute the loop on the basis of user interaction. For example, if you're taking some user input, suppose I'm writing a ATM code, a user at least has to enter the pin number once. If it enters correct, I don't have to ask again. But if it is entering the incorrect pin number, I will have to ask again. But at least the loop should be executing once. So such loops can be planned using the do while loop. And now let's see practically how can we write a basic code using do while.
So here it's an implementation of a do while loop. As I said earlier, like do while loop will be used when we want to execute a loop as per the user's interaction. So what I want here I'm taking a pin number from the user, and 3456 I have considered is the correct pin which I am seeking from the user. So unless and until he will enter this particular pin, I'll keep on asking the pin number. But if the number of attempts, the count of number of attempts is greater than 3, then I will not ask it again. Means maximum 3 attempts will be given to the user. If in either of those 3 attempts user entered the correct pin, I will stop asking him and I will welcome him with the welcome message. If all the 3 attempts he has entered is invalid, then I'll give a message account logged. So for doing that, what I have done here is the actual pin, a pin variable in which I'll ask the user input, and the counter. Now inside this do, as here you can see the syntax, after do it's the delimiters. Inside this you can put all the logical code in which I'm asking for the pin number, and every time I'm asking, I'm incrementing the counter by 1. Now here you can see, unless and until the pin is not same and the counter is less than 3, means the first time it is 0, then when the first time this loop will execute, the counter will become 1, then 2 and 3. So by the third implementation, here you can see this condition will be false, and here as you can see it's an AND operator. If any one of the condition is false, then this loop will be terminated. So let's see how this output will look like here. So like here I'm saying enter your pin, let's enter 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, and last time also 1 2 3 4. All the 3 attempts I entered invalid, so I got a message account logged. If I will enter the correct in the third attempt, like let's say 3 4 5 6, it will give a message welcome user, and if in the first attempt only I give the message, it will say welcome user, it will not ask again. So this is how you can work with the do while loop, in which the first time the execution will be there for the sure, and as per the user interaction on the first time, we will plan like whether we should go for this loop again or not. So this is the very basic implementation of do while loop.
Now we are going to cover few more keywords and statements which may control the execution of a loop. So far we have covered the for, while and do while loop, and in all these 3 loops we have seen like there is a condition, and as soon as the condition is false we terminate the loop. But if apart from that you want to do some manipulations in the execution of a loop, you can go for the loop control statements such as break and continue. You have already seen the usage of break keyword in the switch, where after each case and default we have applied this break keyword in order to terminate the switch statement. Very similarly, we will be using this break keyword to terminate the loops as well, as this is the condition. When this condition is false, the loop will get terminated. But apart from that, if any time during the execution of the loop, if there is a break statement that get executed, it will also terminate the execution of a loop, whether the condition is still true or false. Maybe the break would be having its own condition that you can pass inside the loop. So this break either will terminate the switch statement, which we have already seen, and it can also terminate the loops, now which we'll see in this execution. But before that, let's talk about continue as well. as break terminates the execution of a loop while continue only skips a particular cycle. Means this is the loop which is getting continuously executed, but meanwhile if there is any continuous statement is there, it will skip the execution of all the conditional code of that loop. So let's see practically how can we implement the break and continue statements. So in this program I have written a for loop which is starting from 1 and will run till 10. So if I'll execute this particular loop, obviously I'll get the numbers printed from 1 to 10. So let's check it out first. So here in the browser I'll open this particular file and you can see, alright, 1 to 10. Let me do the line break as well along with that. So br along with this. Alright, let's refresh. Alright, so this is my desired output, but if I will introduce any loop control statement in that, so obviously the output will be differ. So let's execute that, and here I'll pass a condition like if I is equal to 5, then I'll say break. Alright, so here as I discussed what this break statement will do, it will terminate the loop. So when I will become 5, the loop will be terminated and obviously the execution will be stopped out there itself. So if I'll execute, you see, even though I have written the loop from 1 to 10, but since I have introduced the break statement when I was equal to 5, this particular output is looking like this. Means it will just running for 4 times, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So this is about the break, and the similar thing it was doing at the time we introduced this break statement in this switch, where when any of the case was satisfied, the execution was terminated because of this break statement, and none of the case was checked inside that switch again. But if apart from this break I'll introduce a continue statement, so what this will do, it will just skip the cycle. Means I am running this loop from 1 to 10. So if I'll say I is equal to 5, then continue, so that means this loop means this particular statement will be skipped when I was equal to 5. So this is how the output will look like. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 got skipped. Similarly, if you will add multiple conditions out here, like I is equal to 7, so 7 is also skipped. So this is how you can use the break and continue statement in order to control the execution of any loops that we have covered, that is for, while and do while. In this video of JavaScript, we are going to start the switch statement. As in the previous video, we noticed if we are passing multiple conditions using if statement, each condition is being checked one by one only if the previous conditions were false. But if I'll talk about the switch statement, here the things are quite different, as initially we will pass any expression or a variable, and that will be having that will return a particular type of value, and on the basis of that value type I will add the multiple cases. Whichever is the appropriate case is there in the switch statement, that particular case statement will get executed. As here you can see, it is not coming one by one, it will directly come onto that respective case. But if none of the case is satisfying the switch, then the control will come to the default block. So let's see practically how can we start writing this switch statement. So in this particular program, what I'm doing is I'm taking a single character from the user and I'm comparing whether that is a vowel or a consonant. So for doing that, first of all, I'm taking a user input using the prompt box, and we'll make sure like whenever we'll enter something, it will just be a single character, and I'm storing that in a variable called ch. So after taking the value, I'm passing this ch in this switch argument, so that whenever this switch statement will be executing, only the value of this particular expression or variable will be compared. Apart from this switch ch, we can also pass an expression, maybe using any operators.
but here I'm just passing the single value, but it must be evaluating a value. So here what you can see is I'm just checking it with the case keyword. So I'm checking whether the value inside the switch is A or E or I or O or U. So whichever value would be there in this switch variable, the ch variable, that particular statement will get printed. For example, if I'll enter O, so O is vowel will be printed. But as I said earlier, whenever this execution will take place, the line by line case checking will not be happening, but the control will directly fall into this particular case which is getting satisfied with the value stored by this variable. So let's execute first and see how this output is running like. So yep, here is the file. So here I'm entering a value, let's say O, and here you can see the message O is vowel. If I'll enter anything apart from A, E, I, O, U, you can see the message special character or consonant. But where does it comes from? It is coming basically from the default. Like in the if statement, when all the conditions are false, at last the else statement gets executed. Similarly, in the switch, when all the cases are false, finally the control will fall in the default statement. As I said, it is not getting executed line by line, so most of the time we put the default in the last, but basically syntactically you can put it in any particular position. So let's execute it again. I'll refresh it and I'll pass U. So again you see U is vowel is printed. So basically what's the reason? If I have placed default before the case U, then if it is executing line by line, then this default statement must be printed. But as I said, like whichever case is particularly getting satisfied with this particular value evaluated from this variable or expression, that case will be printed from here. So that is why we can see the output is still fine even if we have placed the default before the case. If you have multiple cases on which you want to execute the same set of statement, you can shorthandly write the switch statement like this. As here you can see I have placed all the cases like case A, E, I, O and U all together, and after that here I am giving a common definition, and still I am using this break keyword in order to terminate the particular case. So here this ch means whichever value you will be entering, if it is a part in this list like A, E, I, O, U, then that particular value will be printed along with is vowel message. So when I'll re-execute this, you can see still it is working fine, like E is vowel, then if I'll enter I is vowel. Alright, and if I'll enter anything else, then special character or consonant. So this is how we have written this program of switch, and this is how it executes. So you can basically use this switch statement whenever you are making some menu like options in your program or in any interface where you want to put the multiple matchings using the case.
In this video of JavaScript, we are going to start the operators. As so far in the JavaScript implementation, we have seen like how can we define a variable and can set a value either at compilation time, that is while writing the code, or at runtime, that is by using the prompt box. But once the value is assigned, if I want to do some operations such as I want to add a couple of numbers or I want to compare a couple of numbers whether which one is greater or smaller, I can do that all by using the operators. As operator is nothing but a symbol which tells the system that which particular task need to be performed in that particular data on which you are applying the operator. So the operator is the symbol, and the things on which the operator would be applied will be called the operand. For example, if there are a couple of variables where a and where b, and we are saying like a plus b, so plus is the operator and a and b are the operands on which the operator is being applied. In JavaScript, we have a vast list of the operators, and using individual operators we can perform the specific tasks. So on the basis of the operands, these operators can be classified as the unary operator, means a single operand operator, binary operator means the operator having two operands, or ternary operator means the operators having three operands. But functionally we can classify into these categories, such as the assignment operator. We have already seen the assignment operator, that is the equals to symbol, where we have assigned the value to a particular variable, like where a is equal to 2. So this equals to variable or equals to operator will assign the value 2 to the variable a. Apart from that, we do have the arithmetic operator, comparison operator, logical operator, and again ternary operator. So let's have a look about these operators individually. As in arithmetic operators, you can see like plus, minus, multiplication, that is for asterisk, slash, forward slash for division, and a percentage symbol for the modulus. Means if you want to add two numbers, you want to subtract, you want to multiply, you divide two numbers. For example, you say 5 divided by 2. So what will happen? In the quotient it will be 2, in the remainder it will be 1. So the slash will take the quotient part, means the division operator will take the quotient part, while the modulus symbol will take the remainder part. So both are related to the division only. One is dealing with the quotient, another one is dealing with the remainder. But rather than this discussing here, let's see all of these things practically.
So for getting started with the arithmetic operators, I will take a couple of variables like num1, I'll assign some value such as 40, and num2, in which I will assign again some value like 10. Now, as we have already discussed about the arithmetic operators like plus, minus, multiplication, division, and modulus, so let's do them very quickly. I'm not taking any variable, I'm just printing the results directly. You can actually take a variable and can assign some value into that if you want to reuse that value further. So what I do here is num1 plus num2, and here I'm just adding these two numbers. Very similarly, I'll do some more tasks like subtracting, multiplying, dividing, and finding the modulus. So before proceeding, let's break the line for each like this, and let's see the output now. So here 40 plus 10 is 50, 40 minus 10 is 30, 40 multiplied by 10 is 400. When you will divide 40 with 10, in quotient you will get 4, and in remainder it's 0. So like this, all the operators are working perfectly. Now let's do it in another ways, like for example, if I say var result is equal to num1 plus num2, so the result will be assigned to the result variable, alright, and you can now print that particular value like this, and it will work like same. But if you want to do some shorthand operation like things, you can do that as well. But for that, let's take some other scenario. Like here, what I'm doing is I'm just incrementing the value of num1 to an extent. For example, num1 is equal to num1 plus 5. What it will do? It will simply add the 5 in the current value of num1, which is 40, and will change the current value, that is the new value, to 45. So now if I will print the value of num1, you will get 45. But for the same thing, I can actually write it like this also, that is plus equals to. That means the same and will give you exact same output like this. It's again giving you 45. Now let's talk about the operator precedence. So for that, what I'll do, I'll just take one more variable called result, and now what I'll do is 10 plus 5 into 20. So now when I will print the value of result, what it will do is, first of all, since the multiplication precedence is higher than the plus, so first of all 5 will get multiplied to the 20, which will result you 100, and then this 100 would be added to the 10, which will give you 110 in the output. But if you want to change the precedence, you can put them in the parentheses, so the precedence of parentheses is always higher. So now this 10 plus 5 would be done, that is the 15, and then that 15 would be multiplied to 20, which will give you 300 like this. Alright, so this is about the operator precedence. Now let's change the value of the variables of numeric types using the single operators or the unary operators, that is plus plus or minus minus. So here, as we have already discussed, like whenever you will use this plus plus operator, it will actually make the increment by 1. So now when I'll refresh, you can see it's 11, and they come into two varieties. This is the post increment, and if you'll put the plus plus before, it will be a pre-increment. Let's talk about the difference. Since here I have used plus plus num, that means it is pre-increment and the increment will be done before the value is getting assigned to the result. So before the assignment, the increment would be done, that is num will become 11, and then that 11 would be assigned to result. So in this particular case, both the values would be having 11. Let me break the line to get the clear output. Right, like this. But in case if I'll go for the post increment, that will give you a different result. In this particular case, since it is the post increment, that means the assignment would be done before the increment. So by the time the value of num would be assigned to the result would be having 10, and after this assignment the value of num would be incrementing, so the num will have the 11. So when you will print the value of result, it will give you a 10, and while num will give you 11. Let's check it out. The same result which I was talking about. And very similarly, you can do it for the minus minus operator as well, as the way of using the pre and post increment or decrement is going to be very same.
Now let's talk about the logical operators. Suppose you have multiple conditions to compare and you want to merge them up. So here we have two binary logical operators such as the and or. If you have two conditions and you want to check like both conditions must be satisfied, only then I want to do some operation. For example, if I'm doing the login thing, so I want the username and password both must be same in order to do the login. So for that I will go for the AND operator. But if you are okay with any of the condition should be satisfied, then you can go for the OR operator. But if you want to just reverse the condition, that is if you want to make true to false and false to true, we can go for the logical NOT operator, which is a unary logical operator. So let's see practically how can we start working with the logical operators now.
Now here in this video, along with the logical operators, we are also implementing the ternary operator. So first of all, let's have a look in the ternary operator. So what I have done here, this question mark and this colon both are comprising the ternary operator. Ternary operator, which means the operator having three operands. So the first operand is the complete condition, which will return you a Boolean value, that is either true or false. If the result is true, then the second operand, or if the result is false, then the third operand is returned. So basically in this particular operator, the first operator is evaluated, the first operand is evaluated, and according to that the second or third operand will be returned to this particular variable. So what I'm doing here, I have taken a couple of variables for you, taking the user ID and password, and I have used the prompt box for that. So as soon as user will enter, I will check like whether user ID and password, if both the conditions are true. So as per the AND operator, it will return you a true when both of the conditions are true. So as whenever we do the login, the username and password both must match in order to get a successful login result. So if both are correct, so this AND operator will return you the true, and in that case I will assign welcome in the message. And similarly, if any of these will be incorrect, so this AND operator will return you a false, resulting to which the invalid user string will be assigned to the message variable. So let's run it and see the output. So now it's saying welcome, but if I'll enter anything incorrect, as you were saying earlier as well, so it will say invalid user. So that's what I discussed, like when each of the condition is false, then it will return you a false. Now what if I want to go for the OR operator? So let's change the program to a bit. So in this program what I have done is I am taking a username in this program using the prompt box, and after that I am comparing, means when you use the OR operator, obviously this single variable cannot have both the values at a time. So surely only one condition is going to return a true while other will return a false, or maybe both conditions will be false. But even if a single condition is returning you a true, this OR operator will just return you that true, and accordingly I will be getting welcome or invalid user. So let's save it and run it. So now what I'll do, I'll enter, it's saying welcome, again I'll refresh, it's saying welcome, but if I'll enter anything apart from that, you see it's invalid user. Alright, so this is what I can do using this OR operator. But if I'll talk about the NOT operator, it is a simple unary operator. Like I assigned this NOT operator right here, so it is going to behave just reverse. So let's see how it's going to behave now. So now when I'll enter, it will say invalid. Apart from that, if I'll enter anything, it's going to say welcome. That's what I said. This NOT operator will simply return the true to false and false to true. It will simply reverse the result of the condition.
Now let's have a look on the comparison operators. We have these 6 operators for comparing the value, such as the double equals to, single equals to is the assignment operator, while double equals to is the comparison operator, which compares the whether two values are equal or not. If the values are equal, it will return a true, otherwise false, and very opposite is a not equals to operator. Greater than when you want to compare the greater value, lesser than when you want to compare the lesser value, and very similarly greater than equals to, less than equals to. It will compare the greater as well as the equality. So all these operators will compare two values and will always return a boolean, either true or false, on the basis of the comparison made. So let's see practically how can we start implementation of these operators.
Now for implementing the comparison operator, what I have done, I have simply taken a variable and using the assignment operator I have assigned a value called 100. It's a fixed value, and now I have used all the comparison operator, that is double equals to for comparing the equality, not equals to, greater than equal to, less than equal to, greater than, and less than. So when I'll say that num1, which is currently 100, is equal to 10, so obviously it will give you a false. Though JavaScript is not a type safe language, but whenever you will compare a condition, it will return a boolean data, either true or false, and in this particular case it will give you a false. But in the next statement, when you will say that num1, which is 100, is not equal to 10, so obviously 100 is not equal to 10. In this particular case it will give you a true. As we know, 100 is greater than 10, so when you will say num1 is greater than or equals to, so in this particular case, if the value of num1 is either equals to or greater than 10, so the result will be true. Since it is greater, it is going to return you a true. But since 100 is not less than 10, so it will give you a false. Similarly, the same will happen in these cases, like 100 is greater than 10, so a true, and 100 is not lesser than 10, so it is a false. Basically, the difference between the greater than and greater than equals to is like it will give you a false even though the num1 and 10 both are having the same value. That is, if I'll make it to 10 and 10 is greater than 10, will give you a false. But if I'll say 10 is greater than or equal to 10, so since it is equal to, it will give you a true. Let's check out the output now, since we should get the false true true, false true false. So let's refresh this, and false true true, false true false. The same output which we predicted is here.
In this video of JavaScript, we are going to begin a very important concept called functions. As in the introduction, we have noticed like JavaScript is functional, and now we are going to implement that thing. So what is a function? Basically, whenever I am talking about a function, it will contain a set of statements which perform a specific task. Specific task means, for example, I want to take the student list, want to take some marks, want to calculate the total percentage, want to find the grades. So I can do each individual thing in a separate task, so that whatever the code I will be writing will become modular. Let's take a real life example. When I am going to an ATM to withdraw some cash, what happens is I will swipe my card. Maybe I am just going to check my balance. So just checking balance is what? Is a method. Whenever I'll do that, it will be called, and the amount which I have in my account will be told. But when I'll go to withdraw some amount, even though internally it will find like how much amount I have internally in my account, so that if I will try to withdraw more than that available amount, it will not allow me to do. Alright, so that is what happens with the functions also. Whenever I want to write a logical program, I can split each and individual task in a separate function, so that whenever I want, I will call that particular function. Alright, if you have just defined the function and you are not calling it, it will not be executed. So make sure whenever you are writing a function, you will have to call it whenever you want to make it executed. Now, once you have written the function, you may call it once, you may call it twice, or any time you want. In short, I can say it provides you reusability. It also makes your code modular. Modular means your code is now clear and individual function, and each function is doing a separate task. So you can easily split your overall functionality in the small modules. Now, let's again take the example of ATM. That ATM machine is having some of the functionality, but I have to swipe a card which tells from which account it has to do the processing. Means after swiping my card, if I withdraw some amount, the amount will be deducted from my account only, not from any others. So even if I have a predefined functionality, I may come across a situation like I want to pass some value, so that the functionality will be happening in that given value only. So whenever I want to pass a value, I can pass it through the parameters. So while defining the function, you will notice when I'll define that, I can pass some functions and parameters as well, so that whenever I want to supply some value from the calling environment means when I'm invoking that. So if I want to pass some specific value, I can do that. For example, if I am defining a function which is adding two number 2 plus 4, so it will always give me 6, alright. But if I allow parameters to be should be there in the function, so what can I do? Every time when I call that function, I can pass a different value. So in this particular case, my function will be more effective and will be able to give me a better result. Now, if it's about the result, you may just print it and it will be end it all. But if you want to return that particular value to some other function, you can do that as well using the return keyword. So let's see practically how can we start writing a basic function in JavaScript, and then we'll see how can we pass the parameters, and then we will see how can we return the value from the parameter.
Now in this implementation of functions, I have placed the script tag inside the head section. As you can see, so far I was putting the script tag in the body because anytime when this page would be loaded, the code inside the script tag will get executed. But rather than executing the code now, I will execute that in a particular event. So I'd be treating the JavaScript code as a resource which will be utilized whenever we require. So here there's a script tag with its function with I have used a keyword called function, and the name is say hello. So make sure whenever you are invoking this particular function, you will have to pass this say hello, or whatever name you are passing to the function, you'll have to pass the name in the very same case. Inside this you can do any logical task which you want. Now here I just printed a message using document.write, or you can go for the alert as well. Hello there, a very simple message. Now let's come to the body, and you see without using the script tag I can call this particular function. How? There's a button which I have for which I have used the input tag of HTML. Type is equal to button, value is equal to say hello, on click. This is nothing but the event on which I am invoking the function. In this particular example, I will only take care of the on click event. In our next video we will cover some more events that can be used for calling the various functions of JavaScript. Now let's execute this particular program, and here you can see as soon as I will click over this button, you will get the message hello there. Let's refresh it, again click, again I got the same message. So this is how you can write a very basic function and can start invoking it. But whenever I will click on this particular button, I will get the very same output. Now if I want, like rather than passing hello there, I want to pass a particular name. So I should be able enough to pass some value in this function execution, so that every time I am calling this function I can pass various values, and using those various values I will be getting the different values in the output. So for that I will use the parameters. So now I have made a minor changes in this program, and in the say hello function I have passed two parameters with the name and age. So whatever you will pass, name is age years old, means that is the message that will be printed. But every time when you will enter a new name and new age, the output will be changed. So in the UI, that is in the body section, I have created a couple of text boxes with the name T1 and T2 respectively. The first text box is to take the name, the placeholder is there, enter name, and for the T2 it's enter age. So whatever value you will pass, when I'll click the button it will say hello, and the couple of values will be passed here. So first of all I will pass T1 dot value right here, and then in the second parameter, since it's for the age second parameter, alright, so it's for the T2 dot value. Make sure the sequence of passing and passing the parameters by the time you are defining it and by the time you are calling it should be same. So as here, the first thing is the age, second thing is the, first thing is the name, second thing is the age. So similarly, I have passed the name first, then the age, because T1 is for the name and T2 is for the age. So let's execute this page now. As you can see, this is the placeholder, alright. So I'll enter any value inside it, like let's enter any age, say hello. Similarly, alright. Similarly, if I'll enter some new value, like let's say Amit 32, say hello, Amit is 32 years old. Alright. So this is how you can start passing the values inside the function body. Now let's say I want to terminate this particular function if no value is passed. So what can I do is I can simply write like if name is equal to blank, or means if any one of the text box is blank, age is equal to blank, then I want to terminate this particular function, and I have something called return keyword which is actually used to terminate the function. So here I am not specifying any value. If you want, you can specify any value as well, like return false, return true, or if any particular processed value you want to return, you can return anything. But here I just want like this particular statement should only execute when both the text boxes are filled. So let's execute it now. If I'll say hello, you see nothing is going on, alright. But if I will comment these two lines and I'll refresh, you see blank is years old, alright. So this is not the valid output I want. So that's why I added this particular condition, like this particular document.write statement will be executed only when both the text boxes are properly filled up. If anyone is blank, then nothing is going to happen. If both are blank and I entered name but still age is not there, so that's why. Now it is completed and I got the message as well. So this is how you can start working with the functions in JavaScript and can pass the value through the argument and can get the value from the function using the return keyword.
In this video of JavaScript, we are going to deal with the events. Since JavaScript is a scripting for a web application which is nothing but a GUI, so event-driven programming is very much related to the GUI applications. And now by working with the events, we are actually going to perform that event-driven methodology. So here, for performing the events, we will use the HTML attributes of the event type. Like for example, if I'm taking a button and I want something should happen when I click on that button, so this is nothing but an event. So for that, I can go for onClick. Similarly, if I want something should happen whenever my page gets loaded, so in the body tag, I can pass onLoad attribute. So onLoad is nothing but again an event. Similarly, different elements of your DOM may have the different set of events, and you can call the specific methods which we have already done on a particular event so that that event will be more logical. So let's start implementing the method calls with the events now.
So now in this example, we'll cover the couple of more events like mouse over and mouse out. So basically what I have done is, in the body I have taken the image tag in which I have actually not specified any particular image, and I have also not specified the size of this img tag. That means I'm taking the actual size of the image here. If you want, you can take the size as per your requirement. But apart from that, if I talk about the events in the body, I have called a method called onLoad. Means this particular event will be fired as soon as the page will be loaded on a particular browser. But at that particular time, a particular image will be set to this img tag on the load event. So as you can see here, like the name of this img tag is img1, so I'm accessing that particular image from this load method like document.images img1 and src, means I am setting the source for this particular img tag img1 which is there in the body. There may be a number of img tags in the body, so I am specifying the specific one. Now here I have a couple of images like logo green and logo red. So on the load I want this logo green to be there in the image, but as soon as I will put the mouse over that image, so as you can see here on mouse over, I have called a method called mouse over, and there I am setting the logo red.png. That means that particular image will be swapped and the new image will be there as soon as you will be putting the mouse over the image. But when you will move the mouse out of the image, this mouse out event will be called and it will again set the logo green in that image. So let's see how the output is looking like. So this is what the logo green is here. When I'll put the mouse over it, you can see this is the logo red, and now if I'll put the mouse out of this image, again this is logo green. So you can see the effect of the event like mouse out and mouse over. So this is how you can try some more events. In the tutorial you will find a list of events, so you can try any of the event on a particular control or the tag and you can do the relevant operation on that event.
In this video of JavaScript, we are going to deal with the error handling. Error handling is basically a very important concept in any scripting or programming language, because once you write a code and if it gets compiled or interpreted successfully, that means it is fine and now it's good to execute. But during the execution, anytime it may cause something which may result the error at the runtime, and those runtime errors are called exceptions. At the runtime, only the exceptions can be handled. For example, if you have any syntax or logical errors, we will not be able to handle such things. But if it is any runtime error or exceptions, that can be handled. How? We will use some keywords for that, like try, catch, finally, and throw. Each of these keywords has a different significance. For example, all the suspected code which I may think like it may cause some exception, so I will put all that suspicious code inside this try block. So if in case that gives you an exception, that can be handled by the catch block. But if it doesn't raise any error exception, so this catch will not be functioning. If I want manually to raise any exception, I can go for the throw keyword for that. And similarly, I have a finally keyword which will call its particular statements even though the exceptions are not handled. So rather than discussing here, now we can go on the systems and can start implementing the exception handling.
So here in the exception handling, I have created a very simple program here. So here, as you can see in the header, I have a script tag and I have created a function now also with the name myfunc. Now inside this I have taken a variable a in which I have assigned a number, any random number, let's say 100, and after that I will start working the implementation. So basically, as I said, with whatever the statement will feel like that maybe it may cause an exception, I will put all that particular code in the try block. If there is an exception, then that particular exception will be handled by the catch, and after that you may add a finally block which will be executing for sure. So for example, if you are writing something like you are establishing a connection or maybe getting the data from some external machine, so in that particular case there may be some situation like due to some network issues your communication or your execution is not happening properly. So the exception will occur, and if that occurs, the catch block will be in action. So doesn't matter even if the exception is there or not, this finally block basically executes every time. So for example, if you are establishing a connection with some external resource, so if you want to close the connection, you can do that inside the finally block, because if the communication is successful, it's okay. At the end, I would like to close the connection. If the connection is unsuccessful, or maybe there's some problem while reading the data, even though I want to close the connection. So such things which you must do after at the end of the communication, or at the end of the any implementation, you'll have to put that inside the finally block. And now let's say what I have done here, since I just wanted to get an exception here, so what I did, I am just converting this a to the uppercase. But as we see, it is a number, and number cannot be converted to the upper or lower case, so obviously I will get an exception. So let's execute this program first without the this exception line. So let's refresh it, and if I'll click here, so as per the program, it will say value of variable a is 100. When I'll say okay, you see there is one more alert in the catch, but that error one is not executed, and then finally the control comes inside here. So finally block will always execute. Alright, now let's remove this comment, save the program, and refresh the browser. So here you see the error message is there. Alright, because what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to convert the case of a number which is not possible. So let's say okay, and here you see finally block will always execute. So it doesn't matter whether there is an exception or not, the try catch, the try block will execute for sure. If inside the try block any statement is causing an exception, then catch, and after catch finally block will execute. If there is no exception, then after catch directly finally block will execute. If you are writing a finally block, it will execute for sure, but it is never compulsory to add the finally block while working with the exception handling or error handling in JavaScript.
In this video of JavaScript, we are going to cover the cookies. As cookies is one of the very efficient way of maintaining the state on the client side. But before continuing with this state management thing, let's discuss what this is all about. Basically, when we work with any web application, for the server communication, we need to submit our page on the server side, and then it comes back after submitting the data. In short, we call this process is a post back. So for example, you have requested for a web form which came blank, and you entered some of the values in each text box of that form, and finally you can submit the value. Now when you submit that particular value, this HTTP protocol, which is a backbone of the client server communication in any web application, this HTTP protocol will take the HT, means hypertext, of the particular page, but the data which is associated with that web page which a user has entered will not be taken by this HTTP protocol. So in this round trip, means in this post back process, that data may get lost. So in order to not to do that, we have to go for the state management. So whenever you will go for any of the web development technology, in each technology you will find something related to this state management. And here in JavaScript, since we are working on the client side scripting, so here we will do the client side state management using the cookies. So whenever I talk about this cookie, that simply means I am going to create a text file on the client's machine, and the location of the text file may vary from browser to browser, as each browser has its specific paths to store the data. Whenever a user revisits the web page, some of the data may get read from the cookie, as it is a text file. So even if you will shut down your PC, or you will sign out from that web application, or you will close the browser, that file may still be there. So in order to that, we can go for the cookies. Here we have two types of cookies, such as the session cookie or persistent cookie. Session cookie is something which doesn't have a lifetime, means as soon as you will start communicating with the web application, your cookie will be generated and will work only for that specific session. But you may also add a time span which will make it a persistent cookie, and as soon as the lifetime of that cookie is there, that cookie will still be there unless and until you will remove it manually by going at that location, or you may also remove the cookies from the browser itself. So let's find out practically how can we start implementing the cookies in JavaScript.
So here in the implementation of cookies, what I have done, I have taken a very simple form in which a single text box in which I am asking for the name and a button on clicking on which I will create a cookie. So as you can see on the click event of this button, I am calling a method called writeCookie, and here is inside this head in script tag we have the writeCookie method. Inside this, what we are doing is, if the text box value is blank, I'm just giving an alert and terminating this function because I want that there must be some name in the text box before someone clicks on the button. Once a user will enter some value into the text box, and whatever the value it will enter, that will store in the cookie value. Alright, so here you can see like document means this complete page, dot my form, the name of this form, dot customer, customer is what? Customer is the name of this text box, dot value. Alright, so we are actually getting that particular value, and with a semicolon I will assign that particular value in this cookie value variable. I haven't defined that, you can do that as well, like where cookie value is equal to this. It will not make any different. Now after that, what I'll do, I'll just take the document object, and here I will use the cookie property of it, and here what I'll do is I will write name is equal to, name is just a fixed literal string, and I'll concatenate that particular thing with this cookie value, means whatever we have got from the text box, and later I will simply print the value of that cookie. Alright, so once you will use this document.cookie, it will actually create a text file in the your system as per the browser, means next time when you will be back on this particular website, you can see that stored value. So let's execute this page. So here you can see there is a text box. If I will say click and enter some value, because the text box is blank, now I will enter, like I'll say set value, and here you see setting cookies name. Alright, the value means whatever I have entered in the text box. So this is how you can start working with the cookies in the JavaScript.
Now here in this video we are going to do some interactive things. Using some of the methods or timer like concepts, we can actually make some animation like things in your web page, and this will definitely not destroy the performance of the web page, as whatever functionalities we will make, it will all execute on the client side only, so there will not be any post back things happening. So let's see practically how to do some basic level of animations in your web page.
So here inside the body you can see, like I have placed the img tag for putting the animation, and here I have 4 images in the same location, that is 1 2 3 4.png. Alright, and the name of this img tag is img1, so that I can access it from the JavaScript code from this name. And I have called a couple of methods which I'll discuss later, but before that let's go to the JavaScript tag to see how I have placed the animation. As here you can see in the very first line inside the script, I have placed an array of images in which I have just put the name of the images, as I said, 1.png, 2.png, 3.png and 4.png. So one by one I want these images will be set in the img tag, and for pointing each particular element of this array I have taken the I means index variable which will point an individual element of this array. Now after that I have taken a reference so that I can control the timer and the slideshow which I am getting started. I'll discuss about this ref later. Now inside this function pic library, what I have done is document.images. Since you can have a number of img tags in your document, I am asking for the first one with the index 0. Either you can use this particular name also inside this square bracket. So just I wanted to check, like the src will be arri. Initially the value of I is 1. The index will begin with 0, but I want that the it should start with the 1. Why? Because by default I have placed the 1.png in the img tag. Alright, so as soon as you will load it, you will see this 1.png, but after a second it will be changed to 2.png. How? Because this will do the thing. It will set the image at the index 1, and then it will do the increment by 1. So 0, 1, 2, 3. If this increment will make it greater than 3, I will reset the value to 0. Alright, and now I will create another function called start. Inside this I have used the set interval method. Basically this set interval method will take a couple of arguments. The first one is the callback function. So here I have passed the name of this function with the name pic library, and it will set like this set interval function will keep on calling this pic library after each 1000 milliseconds. So after each 1000 milliseconds this method will be called again every time the increment will be there. That's why I have taken this particular variable I outside the scope, outside the function as a global variable. Alright, now it will start the things, and now to stop and one more thing, by the time I was setting the interval, I assigned the reference of this interval to the variable called ref, which I have defined already. Now in this stop, when I want to stop the slideshow of the images, I will just pass that reference itself, because there may be a number of intervals there in the single HTML page. So I need to specify like which particular interval I need to clear. That means when I'll say clear interval ref, it will stop calling this pic library after each 1000 milliseconds, that is 1 second. And when actually I'm stopping that, as soon as you will put the mouse over the image, it will stop it. Means you can easily see that particular image, but as soon as you will say mouse out, again that particular interval would be set. So you can do that. And one more thing, I want this slideshow to be there, to be started as soon as the page gets loaded. So I can also call this start function on the onload event. So what I'll do, I'll simply say start. Alright, so now let's come to the browser and see how the output is looking like. So here you can see the different color of logos are there. Alright, so some of them are 1.png, 2.png and all. As soon as I will put the mouse over this image, you see now the image is not getting changed. Alright, but as soon as I will move the mouse out of the image, again this transition will begin. So in the same way you can use the set interval function for the different purposes, like if you want to change the color of the font or of the background at a particular time, you can just set the logic like this, and you can put some animations in the output on the client side.
In this video, we are going to cover the JavaScript objects. Basically, JavaScript here, which we are covering, is an object-based language. So what we can do, we can create an object and can fix some properties into it. Later, as per the requirement, I will be able to retrieve that particular object and the specific property which I want to read. So in this practical, we are going to create a such object, and to retrieve, we will also cover one more for in loop of JavaScript. So let's see now it practically.
Now here you can see I have created the first JavaScript object with the name tutorial, and inside this, rather than passing the single value, I have created multiple properties and have assigned the value in each property. Like I have created a variable or an object with the name tutorial, and inside that tutorial object I have placed three properties, that is topic, trainer and mode. So you can see each three property is having a value. So you can create a separate objects like that with the different properties and can assign the value. You can also create the array of such objects and can put in a separate file which we call the JSON file, that is JavaScript object notation. And you can use very different ways to read that particular JSON file which we have nowadays. Like you can read it from the Node application, from the Angular application. There are a number of ways, but here we are not going up to that level. You can check the different tutorials for that. But here, particularly in this one, I have created just a single object and can read the different properties out of this object. So as here you can see, topic is tutorial, means the object name, and by separating a dot with the dot you can pass the property name like tutorial.topic, tutorial.trainer, tutorial.mode. So make sure it's case sensitive, so you are using in the very same case. So if you will see the output, you can see like topic, trainer and the mode is online. So this is what, when you want to read a particular object property by property. But we do have a loop here using which I can go for this object reading, and that is a for in loop. So if I'll see the syntax of the for in loop, you can see here, let me align this first. Alright, okay. So here what I have done is I have taken the text property here, text variable here, which is initialized with a blank. Alright, and then to point the specific property of this particular object, I have used this x. You can take anything. Alright, so now inside this for in, what is there? For x in tutorial, this is the main object, and x will be pointing the specific property inside this object. So you can see like tutorial x, so x means it will start from the 0, then it will point out the first property, second property and third property, and as many as there. So I'll concatenate that all the values, only the values. No, I'm not specifying the property name here, but just the value of each property will be concatenated to this string called txt, and I'm separating all the values with the comma. So if I'll refresh this page, you can see JavaScript, that is the first property value, the second property value, and then online the third property value. So it's all up to you, like how you want to read this specific object, either property wise like this, or you can do all the reading and can store all the values inside this string variable. And as in the string methods, we have already done the split function. So later if you want to assign all these different values in the array, you can do that using this split method, and each value will be stored in the array. So this is all about the JavaScript object.
As we know, a website is nothing but a collection of interlinked web pages. So using hyperlink also, you can actually navigate from one page of a website to another. But if programmatically it is required, like after a particular operation you want to go to some other page, for example, as soon as you submitted your form, you want to go to another page which will give you confirmation like your data has been saved. So in any such scenarios, you can actually go for the page redirect in JavaScript, and here we have a method of Windows object called location. And inside this location method, you can actually pass a string parameter which will be a URL of a particular location where you want to go. So on a particular event like button click, as soon as this method will get called, your page will be redirected to that particular location. So let's see practically how this window.location works and what are their different parameters and overloadings available.
So in this particular program, I'm simply changing the location of one page to the another page. So in this particular page, what I am doing is I have simply placed a button with the text redirect me, and when you will click, this will call the redirect function. And inside this redirect function, what I have done is I have simply called this window.location property. It will simply change the location of your page, and whatever page you have specified will be shown to the user. So when I'll execute this, you can see I can also do that on a particular timeout basis. As you may have seen, like when you get a particular page, you will be shown some ads, and after that particular time, after some particular time, like maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds, the actual site is there, means it will automatically redirect you to the actual website after that advertisement. So I can do that as well. So for that, I don't need this button. I'll remove this text, or I'll write something like you will be redirected in 5 seconds. Alright, and what I'll do is I'll call this function on the load method, like on load. I'll not call it directly, I'll call the timeout function, which will actually do the trick. Basically, this timeout function will call this redirect function, redirect. Alright, and let's put them in single quotations, as I already have a double quotes. Alright, and now I'll do that after 5000 milliseconds. So this particular redirect function will be called on the load after 5000 milliseconds, because as soon as the body will get loaded, it will call this timeout function, and this timeout will give a callback to this redirect function after 5 seconds. So let's refresh the page. So this is the message which I have passed here. Alright, so it's not there. Let me check the code. Alright, actually there is some set timeout function is there rather than this timeout. There is a set timeout function which will do that particular task which I was just talking about. Now I'll call this set timeout, and let's refresh this page again. So maybe after 5 seconds I'll be redirected, and yes, as you can see, now I'm here in this website again. So this is how you can implement the page redirection while using the JavaScript.
In this video, we shall get acquainted with the basic syntax of PHP language.
Let us now write a simple hello world application in PHP and see how it can be run from the command line. PHP statements, or the block of one or more than one PHP statements, are put inside these two lines, less than question mark PHP. This marks the beginning of the PHP code, and greater than question mark greater than marks the end of the PHP code. So in between these two, I am just writing a single statement, echo hello world. Echo and print, these are the two PHP keywords which are almost used similarly to display the output on whatever the output device that is in use. Since we are going to use this or execute this code from the command line, our command prompt or the console terminal will be our output device, so on which you expect this hello world to be printed. So after writing this number of statements, just save this file as hello.php. So I have already saved this file as hello.php. Now you open the command prompt and go into the directory in which this file has been saved. So this is where this is the folder in which this hello.php is present. So before executing this script from the command line, you have to ensure that the php.exe, the PHP executable, the folder in which this php.exe is provided or present, must be in the path of your operating system. So if it is already there, then all you have to do is to execute this hello.php from the command line by saying php hello.php. So what happens? The statements inside this PHP script will be executed. Incidentally, there is only one statement, echo hello world. So I should get the hello world message being printed. So that's how you can execute a PHP script from the command line. Okay. So this demonstration will show you how to execute a hello world application as a web page. So for that purpose, I have written this HTML code. Remember that any HTML code or HTML script can be saved as a PHP file. But if you want to include a certain PHP code or PHP instructions inside the HTML, then you have to use this line as the mark of beginning of the PHP block of statements, less than question mark and PHP, and in order to denote that the PHP script is over, it should be marked by the question mark greater than, inside which you can write as many as number of PHP statements as you want. Here I am just using one echo hello world, and this hello world is surrounded by the heading tag, right? And this page or this HTML script in which a PHP part is included is saved as hello.php on the document's root of our PHP web server, PHP enabled web server. It may be XAMPP or it may be WAMP or it may be any web server that you may want to use. So write this script, save it in the folder which is marked or which is configured as the document root of your web server. Okay. Now after having done this, start your web server, call it as a local host, because the name of the web server on your machine will anyway be called as localhost. If you want or if it is needed, configure your port number. Default port number is 80, but if it is already occupied by any other web server, change it to whatever you want. Particularly 8080 is the alternative port number that is used. Okay, so perform this, save this file, start your web server, and now open the browser and visit this page. So the web server is running. I am just giving the URL as localhost hello.php. I should get the hello world message. Remember that the script also carried a title as PHP test that is appearing here, and hello world echo hello world statement had a h1 tag used. So hello world is being displayed in the heading format. So this is how a hello world application executed as a web page that can be done using the web server that we are going to use. Okay.
In this video, we shall see the web concepts as they are used in a PHP program.
So what is the difference between the client side process and the server side process? That I will try to explain with the help of this example. This is a simple HTML code. I have saved this as webconcepts.php on the document root of my web server. This line is a plain HTML which uses the bold and paragraph tags. Okay, so this is a static text. Now this is the JavaScript code. When this part is executed by the browser, it will call this document.write function and return the value of the date function. What this will give you? It will give you the current date as present in the client's computer. On the browser is running on the computer which is the client, and what is the date as per the client's computer, that will be displayed. And after the execution of this code, the browser will encounter this. This is the embedded PHP code. So as soon as it encounters this PHP part will be executed by the server on the server. So what it will display? It will echo server's date is and the return value of this date function. Now this date will be as per the server's computer, as per the date that is stored inside the server's computer. Okay, so incidentally in this case both the client script, that is the JavaScript code, and the PHP code are being executed by the same physical computer, but this is the browser which is the client and this is the local host which is the server. Okay, so you may not find the difference between the output of this date and this date, but suppose that this code is placed on a server and it is being accessed by a remote client. So therefore, and that remote client may be in a different time zone altogether. So in that case, this client date may show a different result and this server's date may show a different result. But in here now in our demonstration both will be the same because both are executed on the local host. Okay. So what is the output of this program, that we will see. So there you go, the server is running and I have given the URL as webconcepts.php, client side and server side script. This is the HTML text that is being displayed. This is the output of that JavaScript that I was talking about, and this is the output of the PHP code. Okay, so remember that this may be different if in the real server situation the code is hosted on a server and the client is somebody else which may be at different location, which may be having a different time zone. So this report, this date reported and this date reported may be different in a real situation, but since we are using a local host, both are showing the same date, January 17, January 17. Okay, so that is the way in which client side script can be embedded inside HTML using JavaScript. Server side script is your PHP.
In this video, we shall see how the input output operations are executed in the console mode for a PHP program. So console IO.
So here we perform simple console input output operations using the fscanf and fprintf functions. This program can be run from the command prompt you giving the php.exe path. Okay, so fscanf is the function which accepts input from the stream. Here the stream is stdin, which is a standard input stream which is defined in PHP, and it is going to accept the data from the standard input device into the variable called as a, and because the data that is input is going to be stored in the form of integer, I am using the format specifier as %d. So if you are familiar with the scanf function in C, you will be able to understand this. So fscanf, stdin is the stream from which the input is read into the variable a using the format specifier %d for integer. Same statement or same syntax is also used for reading the data into b. It is also reading the input from the stdin, that is the standard input stream, into b in the form of integer. This is the simple formula for calculation of area, which is length into breadth, and now you want to redirect the value of c towards the std out. So fprintf function displays the output or writes the data into this stream. This is the standard output stream. So area is equal to %d format specifier is used to display the value of c in integer form. So this is a very simple demonstration of console input output in PHP in console mode. So we'll go to the command prompt and execute this program php area.php from the command line. Okay. So this is the directory in which this area.php is stored, and The execution is simple: PHP area.php. Provided php.exe is in the path of our system, this area.php will be executed. First statement is fscanf, enter the length, I give some number, enter the breadth, I give some other number, area is equal to 200. So that is how a console input output operations can be done using the standard library functions fscanf and fprintf. Of course, fscanf and fprintf can have, here in this case the streams are predefined streams, we are using std in and std out. Instead of that, the streams could be any file stream, so that we will see in our next discussion. But for the time being, this is the console input output operation.
In this video, we'll have a look at the different arithmetic operators that are available in PHP language.
So let us verify the behavior of arithmetic operators with the help of this PHP script. This PHP script starts here. In the beginning, there are two variables, a is equal to 42 and b is equal to 20, and then we are performing the different arithmetic operators one by one. $C is equal to $A plus $B. The values of a plus b will be added and the result will be stored in C. So you should get addition operation result is equal to 42. Similarly, here it will be 22. Here the multiplication will be 840. Here the division is expected to be 2.1. Whereas the mod or modulus operation 42 divided by 20, the integer division is 2. This will increment the value of a was 42, it will become 43, and then again if I immediately decrement it, it should be again 42. So that is the expected output of this program. If I save it on the document root of my XAMPP server, that is htdocs, the name of the script will be arithop.php. So open the browser after starting the server, of course, and give the address localhost 8080 arithop.php, and then see whether the same expected result is obtained. So this is the browser's page, the same address that has been given, arithop.php. Addition is 62, subtraction 22, multiplication 840, division 2.1, mod 2, increment and decrement. So that is how the result will be displayed. So this is the behavior of our arithmetic operators.
In this video, we shall see what are the comparison operators that are defined in PHP.
In this example, the comparison operators in PHP, they have been demonstrated. So this is where the PHP script starts, and in the beginning we have defined two variables a and b equal to 42 and 20 respectively. So all the arithmetic the comparison operators are being used here. For instance, here $A is equal to $B. This is the comparison operator checking the equality of the two operands. Now remember that all the comparison operators return either true or false value. So if this is true, then I want the first statement to be printed or displayed on my browser, a is equal to b. Otherwise, that means if this result of this comparison operation, equality operation, is false, then I should get the output a is not equal to b. Now the same technique is used for all the operators. This is greater than, I am checking whether a is greater than b. If true, then this will be printed, because in our case a is indeed greater than b, so therefore I expect this line to be printed. A is less than b, no, so therefore A is not less than B, the else part will be executed. Of course, the use of conditional statements if else, that will be demonstrated in some of the other videos, but here again the inequality operation is being tested. If the value of this expression A not equal to B is true, which is in fact it is true, A is not equal to B, so therefore I will get the output as A is not equal to B. Similarly, greater than or equal to and less than or equal to. So these are the comparison operators: equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, and less than or equal to. So we shall save this file PHP script as comp.op.php in the document server of the XAMPP server, that is htdocs, and open the script in the browser when the server is already running. So let us see how the output, whether it is as per our expectations or not, right? So there you go, the test 1, which tests the equality, whether A is equal to B, A is greater than B. This is true, so therefore it will print the true part. It will also print the true part. A is not less than B, A is not equal to B, and the values of the operators greater than or less than or equal to B. This is as per our expectation. So that's how the comparison operators are used in a PHP script.
In this video, I'll explain to you the different assignment operators in PHP.
Okay, so this PHP script uses all the different assignment operators. So to begin with, I have defined these two variables A and B equal to 42 and 20 respectively. So the basic assignment operator is equal to. So what this will do, it will perform the expression on the right hand side. That means the addition of A and B will be done and it will be assigned to C. So it is a basic assignment operator. Result will be 62. Then I am using this plus equal to operator. In fact, all these plus equal to, minus equal to, star equal to, slash equal to, and mod equal to, these assignment operators are really what you can call a cumulative assignment operators. That means what? This plus equal to is really equivalent of saying C is equal to C plus A. So if the value of C has become 62, so C plus A will become 104, and that will be assigned to C. So the result of this C plus equal to A should be equal to 104. Same thing is true with this minus equal to, which is equivalent to saying C is equal to C minus A. So anyway, the C had become 104 here as a result of this. So here it will again be back to 62. So subtract and assignment operation result should be equal to 62. Similarly, star equal to is multiply C by A and assign back to C. So it should be 104 multiplied by 62 multiplied by 42 will be 2604. That should be the result. Similarly, the divide and assign operator, the result should be 264 divided by 42. So divide and assignment operation result, I expect it to be equal to 62. And finally, the mod operation C mod equal to A, that is really equivalent to C equal to C mod A. Our C will finally C should have become actually, as a result of this operation, 62. So 62 mod 42. 62 divided by 42 is 1 and remaining is 20. So mod operation anyway results the remaining value. So the output should be 20. So that is my expected behavior. Let me see. What I will do, I will save this script on the document folder htdocs and open it from the server by giving the address localhost 8080 the name of the script is assignOp.php. So let me open the browser and see the output of this PHP script. So there you go. The addition operation result is 62, which is 42 plus 20. C is equal to C plus A 104. C is equal to C minus A, multiplication, cumulative division, and finally the cumulative mod. So this is the behavior of all the cumulative assignment operators in PHP.
In this video, we shall see a very typical operator called as conditional operator.
Now in this script, the use of the conditional operator in PHP is demonstrated. Actually, the conditional operator is also called as the ternary operator because it requires three different operands for the operation. And the use is as per this statement. Here the logical expression is put inside this bracket $a greater than $b. Now this logical expression will be either true or false. If this is true, then the statement after the question mark will be executed. If this is false, then the statement after the colon will be executed. So if I am saying result equal to a greater than b question mark a colon b, so that means what will happen? If this expression is true, then a will be assigned to result, otherwise b will be assigned to result. So it is as if it is a short form of a regular if statement. If a greater than b, then result equal to a, otherwise or else result equal to b. So this is the behavior of this conditional operator. So we shall put this script on the document server, a document root of our server, and open it in the browser. So the output is as per our expectation. Initially a greater than b, result equal to a greater than b, a colon b. So result will be 20, and a less than b question mark a colon b, result will be equal to 10. So this is the conditional operator in PHP.
The function that you define to which the arguments can be passed, or arguments have to be passed, the arguments can also be passed by reference. So what is the call by reference mechanism in PHP?
Okay, so this PHP script is written to demonstrate the use or to demonstrate the mechanism of calling a function by reference in PHP. Okay, so this is the function and this is the calling environment. Now the default method of calling a function is call by value, in the sense that the value of the actual argument that you pass, the value will be stored in the formal arguments that you declare in the function definition. But if you want to pass the reference of the calling, or rather the actual argument, then you have to prefix the symbol and to the name of the formal parameter or formal argument. So, and then use those variables inside the function. As a result, what will happen? Whatever changes that you may perform in the formal argument, that those changes will be reflected in the actual argument in the calling environment. So this, you treat this as the main function of your PHP, and this is the swap function. So inside this calling environment, I am declaring the two variables as a and b equal to 10 and 20, and these two variables are sent to the function swap. But then the swap function has two formal arguments x and y, to which the ampersand or and is attached. So what will happen? This x in swap function will become the reference of this a, and this y will become the reference of this b. So if any changes take place in the values of x and y, those changes will be reflected back in the values of a and b. So that is what the call by reference mechanism does. So what we are doing? You are sending the values 10 and 20 to this swap function. X and y will become the references of a and b. This is actually the swapping mechanism by taking a temporary variable t is equal to x, x is equal to y is equal to t. This is the well known mechanism of interchanging the values. After the function is over, the control will come back to this, and after coming back, if you again see what are the values of a and b, you will find that they are interchanged to a will become 20 and b will become 10. Okay, so this is what you should expect when the function is called by reference, by sending the reference and using the variable which is a reference to the variables in the calling environment. Okay, so this is the expected output. Before swap it was a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20. After swapping, a should become 20, b should become 10. Okay, so let me run this program. So let us open that swap.php in the browser and see whether the output is according to our expectation. There you go. Before swap, a was 10, b was 20. After swapping, a 20 and b 10. So that is the effect of calling a function by sending the reference.
In our discussion with the functions, what are the default arguments to a function?
So how to stipulate the default arguments in a function definition, that we shall study with the help of this example. So in this example, the function that is defined is percentage, and it has been designed to accept 4 arguments from the caller or calling environment, and the arguments are PCM and total TTL. Okay, so the idea is that when the function is called, it will send the values of PCM, but the assumption is that generally the marks of PCM, physics, chemistry, mathematics, they are out of 100. So the total marks are generally 300. Okay, so if they are out of 300, generally they are 300. So therefore, there should not be a need to specify that the marks are out of 300. So the TTL variable is defined to have 300 as its value by default. So unless otherwise specified, the value of the variable TTL will be 300. Okay, so taking these PCM value and the default value, the calculation will be done, the percentage will be calculated. So while calling the function, I am just sending 3 values 50, 60, 70, assuming that these marks are out of 100 respectively of PCM, and therefore the total is out of 300. The calculation will be performed by the function percentage is equal to 60. Okay, so this is taking the default value of the variable total. But in the second case, in the second call to the same function percent, I am sending 4 parameters, 4 values. Value of this will become P, this will become C, this will become M. When the function will be called, the actual parameters will be exchanged in the formal parameters. But these marks are not out of 100, but they are out of 50, 25 out of 50, 30 out of 50, 35 out of 50, etc. So therefore the total marks are 150. Okay, so taking the 150 as the value of total instead of 300. So if the 4th parameter is specified, the default value of total is equal to 300 will be overwritten by 150. That will be taken up for the calculation, and the calculation will result into percentage is equal to, in this case also, it will be equal to 60. Okay, so this is how the default parameter is specified and eventually used in the function. So let us run this program and see the output of two different calls to the function, percentage function. One first call uses the default value, second call uses the specified value. So let us run it. So this is my browser in which I am giving the URL of default arg.php, and see the result. First call PCM is 50, 60, 70, total marks are 300. That is the default value. We are not given, or we have not mentioned the value while calling, percent equal to 60. Second call PCM is 25, 30, 35. We have specifically mentioned the value of the TTL as 150, percentage is 60. Okay. So that's how the value of the default value to a parameter in a function can be defined and used, right?
Another way of sending and accepting the parameters inside a function is variable length arguments.
In this example, I will show you how you can write a function with, or which can accept any variable number of arguments. So the name of the function is average. Even though I am going to show how to pass variable number of arguments, the function actually receives no arguments. Okay. PHP has a built-in function called as funcGetArgs, function get arguments. So this function will retrieve the arguments that are passed to the function in the form of an array. The name of the array is args. So all the arguments that will be passed to this average function, even though there are no formal arguments mentioned, this function can retrieve the number of arguments sent to it in the form of an array, and the name of the array I have used is args. I am just printing it out for confirmation. Args, if I print it, all the arguments that are received by that will be printed in the form of an array. And then there is another built-in function called as funcNumargs, function number of arguments. So how this will return an array, and this will return the size of the array. Okay. So taking the advantage of this function number of arguments built-in function, which will result into the total number of subscripts in the array, I can now run a loop, traditional loop for traversing the array from I is equal to 0, so 0th index up to the last upper bound index. Okay, every time increment the value of I by 1. Just run a cumulative sum over it. I am using the plus equal to operator to cumulatively add the values of all the parameters that I send into a function, into a variable called sum, which is initially defined as assigned to be equal to 0. So this will perform all the addition to the sum of all the numbers. I divide it by the count, so I will get the average. Okay. So this is the function. I am now sending what, 5 arguments to this average function. Those 5 arguments will be stored in the array, and count will be equal to 5. Run a loop and perform the cumulative sum and divide by the size of the array to get the average. I don't have to change or do any changes to this function if the call to the function sends instead of 5 maybe 10 or 100 values also. I don't have to make any changes to it. So that's how it is beneficial to define a function with variable arguments in such a situation. Okay, so let us run it and see the result of this function with variable arguments. So in the browser, let us open this script var.args.php. It is sending 5 values to the function, and we will get the average of that. That's it. Array received is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the subscripts 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. run a loop over it, perform the sum and calculate the average. So that is an example of a function with variable arguments.
So finally, in the discussion of our functions, the final point remains it is about the return type of the function.
Now this is the PHP code or PHP script which will show how a return statement can be given in the function definition and what is the effect of the return statement or return keyword rather. Now when a function is called, any function can be called from anywhere, from any other function. What we are doing, we are calling a particular function from our what we say as the calling environment. So from this the function is called and this is the definition of the function. So whenever the call is encountered, a function is encountered, the control of the program jumps to the function, executes these statements, and as the function ends, the control of the program returns back to the calling environment. So that is the well known mechanism of calling a function. From the call to the function, the control jumps to that function, the body of the function is executed, and after that the control returns back to from where the function was called. So the function is anyway returning. So even if there is no explicitly mentioned return keyword or statement in the function does return to the place where it has been called from. The point is whether the function returns empty handed or returns with a certain value. So if you want to make it return with a certain value, use the return statement and in front of it mention the parameter to be returned. Okay. So this function we have already seen, average function receives that many number of arguments, it performs the calculation and calculates the average. At the end of the function, I want the function to return to its called position with a certain value. So I say return AVG. So this will return the AVG from here. Whatever value it has returned, it will be stored in this AVG variable which is in the calling environment. So from this function the value will be returned here and it will be printed here. Okay, so that's how a return statement can be specified as the last statement in the function. Even though there are any statements after the return, they will not be executed because the control will be as it is returned from there to the calling environment. Okay, so I have saved this as return ret value.php. Let me now go to the browser, give this URL and see the result. The result is going to be the same. It will be printing the value, the average, but the mechanism is returning the value from the function to the calling environment. Okay. So in the browser I am giving ret value.php. As before, the variable arguments are stored in an array. That array is printed. The function performs the cumulative addition and calculation of average and sends back the result to the place from where it was called, and there the value is printed. So the function call can send any number of arguments and the function itself can send a return value. That is how the mechanism of exchanging the data between functions can be used. Okay.
In this video, I'll tell you about the break statement in PHP.
So let me now show you the use of break statement in a loop. Actually, we have already used this break keyword, but it was used in association with the switch case. And after the statements in a particular case are over, you generally use a break statement as the last in that particular case in order to take the control out of the switch block. Here also, the break statement is used to terminate or abandon the loop before its designated number of repetitions. So for example, here I am using a while loop, and the control of this while loop is done by this variable y, which is set to equal to 0, and this loop is expected to repeat till y less than 10. So every time when y is incremented and the loop is repeated, normally this loop is expected to run 10 times. Okay, inside the loop, what I am doing, I am generating a random number between 1 to 10 and assigning it to x, and I am just printing it out. Had this statement not been there, then what would have happened? It would have generated 10 random numbers and 10 number of repetitions would have taken place. But I want the loop to be terminated as soon as, or as and if x is found to be equal to 5. So x being the random number, it may never occur within the 10 number of repetitions. So only different 10 numbers will be printed. But if at all x happens to be equal to 5, the loop will be terminated. So there is a possibility that 10 different random numbers, none of which is equal to 5, will be printed. And there is also a possibility that after generating one or two or a couple of random numbers, x happens to be equal to 5, the loop will be terminated. So that is the purpose of break statement inside the loop, to take the control out of the current loop and abandon the loop. That's what. Okay, so I have saved this file as break.php. Now I will run this file from the server. Okay, the server is running and the URL is localhost break.php. There you see the loop goes on running till it encounters 5. So it may be the case that only the second occurrence is equal to 5. So the loop will be terminated before it reaches the 10 number of repetitions. There you see. Every time the different result may appear because the random number will be equal to 5 at any number of repetitions. So the bottom line is that the break statement is used to abandon or terminate the loop before it completes its pre-decided or designated number of iterations.
In this video, we shall see the use of continue statement in PHP.
So in this example, the continue statement is used inside a while loop. So what does the continue statement do? In fact, continue is somewhat opposite to what the break does. We have seen that the break inside the while loop, if break is encountered, the loop will be terminated and it will abandon the remaining number of operations or iterations of a loop. Continue on the other hand will restart the loop from the beginning. It will discard or abandon the remaining statements in the current iteration and start the next iteration. So that is how the continue behaves. So in this example, actually I should write this as continue, right? There is a loop which is controlled by the variable y is equal to 0 in the beginning, and while loop is expected to go up to y less than 10. In every time y is incremented and a random number is generated and it is printed. So if this number was not present, or rather if this statement was not present, then what would have happened? 10 different random numbers would have been generated and printed. Okay, so it is printing the value of y and x. So y is equal to 1, whatever the number was generated. So 10, y is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, up to 10 it will go, and corresponding the values of x will be printed. This if this statement is removed. But if this is the case, then anytime if the random number generated is equal to 5, this statement will not be printed and it will go to the next iteration of the loop, y will take the next value, and again the random number will be generated. If it again is equal to 5, it will skip this statement and go back. If it is not, then this will be printed and the loop will be continued till y is less than 10. So 10 number of repetitions will take place, but this statement will be printed or not will depend on the value of x. If it is equal to 5, this will be skipped and the next iteration will take place. So that is how this continue statement works. I have saved this file as continue.php, and the server will start. I will go to the browser and give this URL as this one. Okay. So the server is running. I'll give the URL as continue.php and press enter. There you see the number of iterations are 1 to 10, but the second iteration has been skipped because the value that has been generated might have been equal to 5. So it skipped the subsequent print or echo statement, and the number of repetitions have gone up to 10. Again refresh it, it may give different output. In this case, even after 10 iterations, the random number 5 was not generated. So all the 10 iterations have appeared. In this case, the iteration number 5 is skipped because obviously because x would have been equal to 5. So that is how. Here again all the 10. Here again all the 10. You see 7 and 8 are skipped. That is because obviously x would have been equal to 5. So this is the behavior of the continue statement.
In this video, we shall have a look at the different decision making statements that are available in PHP.
So this example is used to demonstrate the behavior of if, else if and else, the conditional statements in PHP. And for this purpose, I am using a built-in function in PHP called as rand. This generates a random number between the two parameters that I have given, 1 to 100. So every time it will generate a number between 1 to 100. Now all I have to do is to check whether it lies in a particular range. So to begin with, if x is less than 25, I have to just print the prompt number less than 25. Else if the number is not less than 25, then I want to check it whether it is less than 50. If it is so, then I'll print number is between 25 to 50. Else, that means if both the conditions are not true, then the control of the program will land into the last or the final else. So you can have a series of else if statements to relegate or discard the different conditions that may be present in the entire decision logic. So here the first condition, if this is not true, the second condition, and if all the previous cases or conditions are not true, then the program will land into the final else. So this is the use of if, else, else if and else. So let us see how it behaves. Of course, the number we generated will be a random number, so every time you may find different output being generated. So let us run it couple of times and see the result. So the server is running, and I have opened the browser in which I am giving the address localhost if statement.php, the script that we have written. I have saved it as if statement.php in the document root of the server, web server. So I just press enter. At this point of time, the random number generated is 53, and therefore it is greater than or equal to 50. Again, if I run it, it may generate a different number, and the different result number is greater than 50. Again, fortunately, all the time the number is greater than 50 is appearing. We may get some number. The numbers are being randomized, but I wonder, yeah. So this is random number 5, number is less than 25. So the randomization also is taking accurately, and the if statement result is also appearing as per the requirement. So this is the demonstration of if, else if and else in PHP.
If your programming logic requires multiple if statements, then writing or putting more than one if statements in a sequence becomes rather clumsy, especially if each of these if or else blocks might be containing more than one statements. In that case, you will have to make a block of the statements by using the curly brackets. So in that, this unnecessary clumsiness of multiple if statements, it is also a switch case statement is also available. So you can use that in this particular situation.
So in this example, I will show you the use of switch case, another conditional statement in PHP, where the different cases or different possibilities of a switching variable are processed. Right. So therefore, for this example, I am also using the rand function, and the rand function is used 3 times to generate 3 random numbers. First 2 random numbers are between 1 to 10. These are going to be used as the operands for the addition, multiplication, subtraction and division operations. Which operation is to be done will be decided by the third random number between 1 to 4. So these 3 random numbers x, y, z will be printed as they are generated. Now since my addition, subtraction, multiplication, division operations are going to be decided by the value of the z variable, I am using switch z. So if the value of z happens to be 1, the case 1 will be satisfied because z is equal to 1. Addition will be done and the control will break out of this switch to this output statement. You know that each case must be having this last statement as break in order to prevent the program control from falling through the entire cascade of switches, the cases. So every case has a break at the end. Of course, this will not require because this is the last one. Okay, so the result is expected result is very obvious. 2 random numbers from 1 to 10 will be generated. Third random number between 1 to 4 will be generated. Depending on the value of z, switching will take place. If z is equal to 1, addition, 2, subtraction, multiplication and division. Okay, and whatever the result will be printed. So I have saved this file as switch.php in the document root of the web server. With the web server running, we'll enter this file as a URL and see the result. We'll of course run it couple of times to see the different randomization of the results. Okay. So I have entered the URL as localhost switch.php and enter numbers 94, operation code is 3, result is 36. Again executed, numbers 8, 6, operation code 2, result is 2. So it is fairly accurately 4, 5, result is 0.8, that being the division. 7, 10, again the division is 0.7. So 110 addition, result is 11. So that's how the output is going to come as a result of the switch case functionality of our conditional statements in PHP.
In this video, I will explain to you the use of while loop in a PHP program.
So let us now see the execution of while loop as it is used in PHP. So in this code I have 2 while loops in action. This is one and this is another. So in first case, in initial value of a variable that is controlling the loop is I equal to 0, and I want to execute these two statements. What are these two statements? Increment the value of I and print it out, so long as the value of I is less than 10. So what do you expect starting from I is equal to 1? The number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is the expected output of this loop. Okay. In the second example, again I am using the rand function to generate a random number between 1 to 10, and that is the value of x, and the loop is expected to keep on repeating till x is not equal to 5. So depending on the possibility or the probability of the what random number is generated at that point of time, x the loop may go on for 1, 2, 5, 9, 100 number of repetitions, or it may even terminate in the very first place where probability of the first random number itself being equal to 5 will be there. So the output will be unpredictable, so to say, because it involves a random number, and so long as the random number is not equal to 5, this loop is going to run. This is a straightforward 1 to 10 output. This is of course a random output till the number generated is not equal to 5. Okay. So these two examples, now I will show you. I have saved this file as while.php. I will start the server, open the browser, give the URL of this, right? Okay, so now the server is running. In the browser I am giving localhost while.php. Just press enter. This is the output of the first while loop, which generates numbers from 1 to 10. This is the output of a loop having a random number, and the loop is expected to go on till it encounters a 5. So as soon as the number is 5, the loop is terminated. So that many number of times x was generated, it was not equal to 5. If I again run it, the second loop output may be different. See, only the second occurrence of a random number is equal to 5. So after the two iterations, the loop terminated. So that can vary as see the first number itself is 5. So this is how the while loop behaves in a PHP script.
This video explains to you the use of for loop in PHP.
So in this PHP script, I will show you the use of for statement and for loop, and there are three different examples. With the help of each, I will show you the different ways in which the for statement is used. But the syntax of for loop is like this. It takes three parameters. One is the initialization of the controlling variable. Here x is set to equal to 1. Second statement is the test condition up to which the for loop is running, is expected to run. X is less than 10, and every time how much increment or the controlling variable to be incremented by what, x plus plus is the third argument. So this loop will run from x equal to 1 to x less than 10, incrementing the value of x every time by 1. So I expect number to be printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in as a result of this for loop. But you know that the three parameters of this for loop, or three clauses of this, not parameters, the clauses of the for loop, they are not mandatory as such. You can ignore even all of them I told you that even if all the arguments are not given, the for loop will become a infinite loop. Here in this case, what I am doing, I am setting the initial value of x is equal to 0. I am giving the test condition, and what is the test condition? I expect this for loop to go on till x not equal to 5, and I have not mentioned any value of the incrementing clause. Okay, and then inside the for loop there is a rand function which generates numbers, any random number from 1 to 10, and I have to print it. So every time when the loop runs, if it doesn't encounter x equal to 5, the loop will run. As soon as x printed value of x is equal to 5, this test condition will be false and the loop will stop. So how many iterations this for loop will do, that you never know. That depends on the random number. In what occurrence, or at which occurrence, or at which instance x will become 5, that is a random choice. So you will expect different output of the second for loop. The for loop is especially popular when you want to traverse the entire array. So array, of course, you will learn in one of the subsequent chapters, but here I am declaring a array arr as an array. Array is a built-in function to create an array, and there are 5 elements. So if I run a for loop from x equal to 0 to 4, every time incrementing x by 1, I use this control variable x as the index of the array. So array of x, I'll print array of x every time. So array of 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So that means 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. These numbers are expected to be printed. Okay. So this is the simple for loop. This is a for loop in which the termination is decided by the random number, and this is the third for loop to traverse the array. Okay. So I have saved this file as forloop.php in the document root of my server. The web server will now start, and then in the local in the browser's address bar I will give the URL of this localhost forloop.php and see the result. So with the web server already running, in the browser I am giving forloop.php as the URL. There you see the 3 different outputs. This is the output of the first for loop from 1 to 10. This is the output of the second for loop in which a random number is to be generated, and if the random number encountered is equal to 5, the loop is going to terminate. This is the traversal of the array in which these 5 elements are there. This, of course, will be a variable output. Every time it may generate different number of values. So if I run it again, there you see the random number was encountered to be equal to 5 just at the second occurrence. That may change. This is the traditional or simple for loop 1 to 10. This is the array traversal. Okay. So that's how the for loop is used in a PHP script.
In this video, I'll tell you about the MySQL API, which is a part of the PHP software.
So with the help of this example, let us try and understand the features of MySQL API. Before going on to explain this code, let me tell you that this MySQL API has been deprecated since the PHP 7. So if you have in your computer PHP 7 installed, then this code may not work. Instead, you will have to get a PHP 5 or earlier version installed on your computer so that this MySQL API can be used. So for this purpose, I have installed a WAMP server in which, in addition to the Apache server and MySQL software, the PHP version 5 is available. So let me show you the home page of the WAMP server. So this is the WAMP server home page. You can see that the PHP version 5.3.10 is the version that is installed on it, and the extension that is available is MySQL. So the MySQL API functions can be run on this particular configuration. So PHP MyAdmin is the GUI interface for managing the MySQL database. So if I open this, it will show you the different databases that are stored on the server, and the rest of the menus are provided by which you can add the data, insert the data, create the table, etc., etc. We are of course not going to do anything from this. This is just a verification. This will be a verification of all the activities that you will do from the PHP side. Okay, so this is where your data will come and stay. Okay, so let us go back to the PHP code now. So first is the execution of MySQL connect function, which enables or which establishes the connection of your PHP program with the MySQL server, and it needs three parameters: the name of the host, username, and password. So they have been set here. If these credentials are found to be correct, this connection resource will be created. If not, then I want to terminate the entire program, so therefore I am executing a die function with this particular error message. Otherwise, I'll go on to create a database called as testdb. So this is the SQL statement that I want to execute: create database testdb. And in order to execute the SQL query, a function in MySQL API is MySQL query. It needs two objects, two rather parameters. One is the query, other is the connection object that we have created here. This query does not get run properly. This return value will not be created. In that case also I want to terminate. But if it does go ahead, then I want to create a table. So this is the query of create table, in which the table structure is given here. How many fields are there? Employee name, employee address, employee salary. Its type and its size are mentioned here, and some other constraints are also mentioned, like for example, name cannot be null. In fact, all of them are specified to be not null. And in addition to that, a fourth field is also present, employee ID, which is an integer, which is not null, and it is auto increment also. And that employee ID has been stipulated to be a primary key of this particular table. So a table of this structure is to be created. So before running this query, I have to use the testdb, the database that was created in the previous step. Now that database is brought into use by a function MySQL selectdb, and inside that this table needs to be created. So again execute the query MySQL query. If the table is properly created, if not, then stop. Otherwise, give the message table created and go on to execute the insert query. Insert query takes this following form: insert into the table name. Here in our case, the name of the table is employee, so insert name employee followed by the field structure, the structure of the table. How many fields? Name, address, and employee salary. You don't have to give the ID field because it is auto incrementable. So automatically, as the number of records go on adding, the employee ID is anyway going to be incremented automatically. What are the values? Correspondingly, name will take Raju, address will take Nanded, and salary will take 10,000. So such a query, insert query, is to be executed. So again execute MySQL query. This is the string of query and the connection object. If properly executed, just display a enter data successfully message. And finally go on to close the connection that you created in the very first place by saying MySQL close. So this is the entire PHP script which will interact with the MySQL database. We open the connection, create the database, create the table, and insert a record. So all these activities will be done if you run this mysql1.php in your browser. Okay, so this was the explanation of the code. Now we will run it and see the result. Okay, so as I give this URL mysql1.php, you see the messages that are displayed in the browser's page. Connected successfully. This was when the MySQL connect function was properly executed. TestDB was created. Table employee was created, and one record was successfully entered or inserted inside the table. So this was the operation that was done. But we will have to verify this by going actually into our PHP myadmin, see that the table, the database, the table and the record is created. So for that purpose, this is our myadmin. I have to refresh this so that the testDB newly created database is visible here. Open this. There is a table called as employee which was just created. Click on this. This was a record that was added into the table by our PHP script. So this confirms that all the MySQL functions, MySQL API functions that we used in our PHP script have worked properly. Okay, so this was our first exercise. So this second example shows you how you can insert a record into a MySQL table by entering the data into an HTML form. So this script, if you open it in a browser, mysql2.php is the name that I have given. If you open it in a browser, for the first time, it will open a form. So I will show you the HTML form code here. This is the form from this point to this point. This is the form inside which in a 2-column table, what we have entered or what we have created is an input name is equal to employee name of the type text to enter the name, to enter the address, to enter the salary. So it is simply a form with 3 text fields and of course a button. Importantly, the form attributes that are given are form method is equal to post and action is equal to PHP self. That means what? The data will be posted to this same script. So obviously when the first occurrence or first time when this PHP script will be displayed, the submit button might not have been pressed. Obviously not, submit has not been pressed. So when as the page starts opening in your browser, this is set will fail because submit has not been pressed. The name of the button in this case is add. So this is not pressed, so therefore this part will not be executed. Which part? From here to here. And so therefore it will run into this form. So form will be opened, user will enter the data and press the submit button. Subsequently this post $post add will be true. Then actually the insertion operation will start. All the required credentials are given here: host name, username, password, using which the connection is established, and the form data which is stored in the $post server variable, super global server variable, from which the data is fetched and stored into the PHP variables emp name, address and salary. Use these variables to execute the insert query. Insert into employee, these are the names of the fields and these are the values that are fetched from the form, right? So this insert query is to be executed doing the same thing, selecting a database and executing the query. If all goes well, the message enter the data successfully should appear on your screen. So let us run this mysql2.php. One record is already there, which we have entered by hard coding the values into the insert query. Now we will fill up the new record by accepting it from an HTML form. So let us run this mysql2.php. So as I enter the URL mysql2.php in my browser, a HTML form is opened in which these three text fields are there to enter the name, address and salary, and then there is a submit button. So some data I will introduce or insert. Something like this, and press submit. Now that the data will be posted back to the same script in which on the top there is a PHP code to establish the connection and insert the records. So that will be executed and the data will be successfully entered. So again go back to our PHP myadmin and see whether the newly inserted record does appear in it or not. So I have to refresh this and again open employee. There you go, the two records are now visible. So interactively by taking the user from the input, you can add the data into a backend MySQL table. That's how this script will allow you to do that. Okay. The third example in this continuation is regarding the reading of the data from a table using a select query and using the MySQL API functions. So how to read the data from the MySQL table? Again, starting with the same sequence of events, MySQL connect function to establish the connection. Select the database you want to process, the test DB. What is the query to be executed? Simple select star from employee. In order to execute query, the function is MySQL query. Because now this is a select query, the return value of this MySQL query function will be a result set. So this result variable is the result set. Using the MySQL API functions like MySQL number of rows will give me how many records are there in the table, and MySQL number fields will give me how many fields are there in my select query. Okay, so I will run a nested for loop situation where the upper loop or outer loop will run from 0 to the number of fields. In our case there are 3 fields, right? Name, address and salary. And the inner loop is as many number of rows. Right now in our example we inserted 2 records, so number of rows is 2. So each time when a row is fetched from the result set, the row will be an associative array, and using the index of the fields as the index of that associative array, row of j will give me jth field in the table. So when j is equal to 0, it will give me name, address and city. All these 3 fields will be put into 3 cells of one row. You see that I have started a table by echo table border is equal to 1. In the first row, all the field names have been displayed into one row. So you start a row, then add a td tag, insert or put the field name. The first field name j will be the loop which will control the value of the field name. So result j will be 0, result 0, the 0th field will be there, 1 and 2. So likewise name, address and salary, these field names will be the column names of my table. And these two nested for loops will fetch one row at a time and display the contents of each table in that row in separate td tags. So that's how the table will be formed. So if I run this script now, what I should see on my browser, a table showing the records divided into rows and columns. So let us run this and see what happens. So the MySQL 3.php is opened in the browser, and you can see the first row of the table is all the field names, ID, name, address and salary, and each row is subsequently displayed according to their field names. So that is how the data is extracted from the table and displayed on the browser with the help of the MySQL functions.
In this video, we shall come to know about the MySQL API.
Now for MySQL API, in order to display or demonstrate the use of MySQL API, this is the first example in which the procedural interface is used. And using the procedural functions, here I am showing you how you can display records by selecting the records from a table. So in other words, I want to execute the select star from employee query and display the result to see as to how many records are there. So if you try to compare every function in MySQL with MySQL, you will find that only difference probably is the adding I into the name of the function. Instead of MySQL connect, there will be MySQL connect and so on. Before that, let me tell you one more thing, that MySQL API is available in all the PHP installations with PHP 5 as well as PHP 7. So if you have a PHP 7 module installed in your bundle, especially the web server bundle containing Apache, MySQL and PHP, if you have a latest XAMPP server, then this 7 version of PHP will be available, and this code will actually indeed run on the XAMPP with PHP 7 also. So I am going to show you the execution on the XAMPP server itself. So for that, let me start the XAMPP server and show you the home page, and in which PHP 7 is present and MySQL has been enabled. So let me show you that. So this is the home page of XAMPP server, and go on to click this PHP info. The PHP version is 7, and down the line if you go and search for MySQL it will show you the presence of MySQL API. So which means that MySQL API functions will now be executable on this. Okay, so let us go back to that PHP script which shows the procedural functions used from this MySQL API. So starting with MySQL connect, this function also requires the arguments like localhost, root is the username, there is password, no password has been set, and the name of the table to be connected, or rather name of the database to be connected. So this will create a connection resource. If unable to connect, then there will be some error. You will display the error message properly to tell the user that the connection has not been established. Otherwise, execute the select query, select star from employee by MySQL query instead of MySQL query was the earlier in the earlier case, right? In the result, how many number of rows have appeared that can be found by the function MySQL num rows. Okay, and run a loop over it and fetch one row at a time and display the contents of the row. Row 0, row 1, row 2, row 3 will respectively be displaying the values of employee ID, name, address and salary. All these fields will be displayed in one for one record. Such like as many number of records are there, that many times this loop will run. Okay, so just a equivalent activity of MySQL API, in which also you ran through the entire result set to display the records. So let us run this program and see, we now know that there are 2 records into it, or I wonder how many records are there. That many records will be displayed. Let us see how many records are there. So there are these 2 records in this employee table. We should be able to get the 2 records when we run our PHP script mysql i.php. So let us run it. So there you see mysql i.php has been executed in the browser. Employee ID 1, name Raju, address Nanded. This is our first record, and this is the second record. So the contents of the 2 records in the table have been displayed by the procedural interface functions of mysql i API. Okay. Next, let us see the use of mysql i functions which have an object oriented approach towards the database handling activities. So what you have to do, first and foremost, you have to create an object of mysql i class. So this is the statement, con is equal to new mysql i. The constructor takes 3 arguments: name of the server, which is localhost, username is root, password has not been set. So all these credentials are required to set up a mysql i object. If not properly configured, it will result into an error, display the error message and stop the execution. Otherwise, go on to the next step, execute this query, create database testdb. Okay, all you have to do is to execute a mysqli object arrow query function. Query function will take this argument. If this function is properly executed, it will return true, and if it is true, then give a message database created successfully, otherwise give an error message. Right? Next step is to select the newly created database by using the selectDB function of the mysql i class, and then you have to run a query which will create a table. Create table employee, the syntax of the create table employee is according to the standard SQL syntax, in which name, address and salary are the fields. Their data type and size is mentioned along with the different constraints. In addition, this employee ID table field is also specified, which will be acting as a primary key. Again, query is executed by the query method or function inside the mysqli class. If executed properly, the success message will be displayed, otherwise the error message will be displayed. And finally, you will have to execute an insert query. Insert into employee, these are the field names and these are the values. Execute the query. If success, give the success message, otherwise give the failure message. And lastly, close the connection by calling the close method of the mysqli class. Okay, so this is exactly the same activity we are doing, but now we are using an object oriented approach that is provided by the mysql i API. So let us run this mysql i1.php. Before actually executing this script, I will have to ensure that the test DB that was created as a result of the earlier example, that test DB I will have to remove from my MySQL server, then only I will be able to run this, otherwise it will result into an error that the database is already existing and none of the other steps will be executed. So I will first delete that and then run this. Okay. So if I execute this MySQL i1.php, you find that the successful execution of the statements, those messages have come up. Connected successfully, database created successfully, table employee created successfully and new record created successfully. Actually, I should have given a BR at the end of each, so that the error messages would have come one below the other. But anyways, the operation has been done successfully. So let us go back to the PHP MyAdmin and check whether the testDB database, the employee table and the record has been added into it. So this is our admin. Refresh this. testDB is created, employee is created, and this record Rajiv Nanded 10,000 is created. So the object oriented interface is working perfectly fine in this case. The next example to show the functionality of MySQL API is to show the contents of a table by running a select query over it. Okay, so doing the same sequence of steps again, create a new MySQL object. If the connection is properly executed, show the success message, otherwise show the failure message. Then go on to the next step. You want to execute now the select star from employee query. Okay. In order to do that, call the query method of the MySQL class by its object. So con arrow query, the query is the SQL string that is given. So the result is the return value of this query function is a result set. So result is equal to con arrow query. From this result set, find out how many number of rows are present in that by calling this NUMROS, number of rows. Remember that this is not a function, but this is a property which is associated with the result set. Similarly, the property of field count will give me how many fields are there. Okay, so use these two variables num result and num fields to design a first row of a table which you are going to create in HTML. Inside that table, the first row will contain the headings. The names of the columns of the table will act as the heading for the entire table. So it will generate a first row. There is another function which is inside this MySQL API is fetch field. So fetch field, result arrow fetch field name. What will it do? It will fetch the next field in the sequence, and arrow name will give me the name. So that means what? First result of this particular function will be emp id. Then it will be emp name, emp address and emp salary. All those 4 field names will be placed into the 4 cells of the first row. So it will form the heading. And then using these 2 for loops, nested for loops, one outer loop going over from I is equal to 0 to num result. Num result is the number of rows. How many rows are there? And the inner for loop is going over for j is equal to 0 to num fields. How many fields are there? Okay. So using which every time when you access the row of j, what it will give? The each content of each row, each column corresponding to each row, fetch one row at a time. It will be an associative array called row. Row of j will give me row of 0, row of 1, row of 2, 3 and so on, as many number of fields are there. Those values will be put into the td tag of the row. So likewise, as many number of rows are there, as many number of rows will be added up to the HTML table, and finally close the table. So if you run this script, you should get a tabular representation of all the records in our employee table. Incidentally, in this table so far we have added only one record, so you should be seeing only one record displayed in the table. First row will be the headings and second row will be the one record that we added. Okay, so let us run this and verify our result. So MySQL i2.php, when I execute that, this is of course the connection successful message. Afterwards, a table is created or rendered by our PHP script, of which the first row is the names of the columns in that employee table, and the second row is the actual row in the employee table. So because there is only one table, only one row has occurred. But then as many number of rows will be there, they will be displayed one below the other. No issues with that. So that is the demonstration of both procedural interface as well as the object oriented interface of this MySQLi API.
In this video, we will learn a very important feature of object oriented programming, which is called as inheritance.
This example shows how you can establish inheritance between two PHP classes. In this PHP script, there are two classes that are defined. One is student and the other is engineering student, ENGG. Because this class, the design of this second class is going to be based upon the student class. You establish the association between these two by using the keyword extends. So the syntax is class engineering student extends students, class ENGG extends student. So as an effect, what will happen? The resources of the student class, which will be called as the parent class, they will be made available to the child class or the inherited class. So what are the resources in the parent class? That means the student class. So here I have declared three data members or member variables: name, age and marks, and they have been declared as protected. The access specifier is protected. As a result, what happens? All the protected members will become the protected members of the derived class or the inherited class. Okay. It has only one function, which is incidentally a constructor. Okay. So what happens? Whenever the object is created, the constructor is called automatically. That is the definition of constructor. So when the object is declared, whenever the object is declared, you will pass certain parameters to the constructor. So in PHP there are two array functions. Remember that we have used these two functions earlier. This is function number of arguments, how many arguments that have been sent to this constructor, to this function, and then there is a function get arguments. So this is the number of arguments, and this is an array. Function get arguments is the array in which all the arguments are stored. So if the constructor is going to receive 3 arguments, the value of n will be 3. Okay, and the subscripts of the function get arguments array will be 0, 1, 2. So respectively, what I am going to do, the 0th subscript or the value at the 0th index of this function get argument will be stored in name, value at the index number 1 to age, and value at index number 2 is to be stored to marks. These are the 3 variables. 3 values received by the constructor will be assigned to name, age and marks, or rather the data members of the calling object. Fine. So that is constructor, and then there is a get details function which will just display or print out the values of the data members of the calling object. So this arrow name, this arrow age and this arrow marks will be displayed by the well known echo function. So that is what is in the parent class. 3 data members all protected, and 2 functions, 1 constructor and 1 get details. That is what is in the parent class student. In the derived class, in addition to the 3 data members that this class will anyway inherit, I want to make available another 4th data member to the object of this class, and that variable is branch. So that means what? Whenever an object of this engg class will be declared, it will have 4 data members, 3 from the parent class, name, age, marks, and 4th its own. So what will happen? When I declare the object of this class, it will require 4 parameters. So for example, in this declaration of the object, S1 is equal to new engineering student, new engg, I am sending 4 arguments: name, age, marks, and branch. So these 4 arguments will be received by the constructor of the child class. Function number of arguments will be 4, out of which the 3 arguments, all the arguments will be stored in the array function get arguments. Now it will have value at index number 0, 1, 2 and 3, out of which the values at index number 0, 1, 2, 0, 1 and 2, they will be used to call the constructor of the parent class. So the parent class constructor will take on the values of function get argument 0, 1, 2. So this constructor will be called, and the data members name, age and marks will be initialized with the provided values. Okay, and then the remaining part of the child class constructor is to assign the 4th value in the array to the branch data member that is introduced in the child class itself. Okay, so you are calling a constructor from the constructor, you are calling a parent constructor from the child constructor. Okay, so that is the advantage of establishing the inheritance. Okay, and then there is a get details function also, which will in turn call the parent get details and print out the remaining data member branch. Incidentally, this is also an example of function overriding, because get details function was defined in the parent class, but it was having only this much of functionality. Now you want to extend the functionality of the child class get details. So therefore you are redefining it so that when the get details function is called by the object of the child class, this get details will be called. Incidentally, through or from inside that you are calling the parent get details class, that is a different issue. But this get details function has been overridden by the engineering class. So this is the simple implementation of our inheritance. Create an object of the child class, give parameters to it. Those parameters will be intercepted by the constructor, of which the first 3 will be passed on to the constructor of the parent class, and then you call the get details to just display all the data members of the calling object. Okay, so this is a simple demonstration of inheritance. Let us see the execution of this example. So the name of the script is inherit ex.php. This is the result. Name, age and marks, and the branch is CSC. That's how the result is displayed. Okay, so this is the example of inheritance.
In this video, let us get acquainted with the idea of class and object and how it is created or how it is used in PHP language.
Let us now put all these object oriented programming principles in a practical example. The script that I have shown in front of you is called as bookclass.php, and it is placed on the document server of our web server. The name of the class is books, and in which
two data members or member variables are defined as price and title, whereas there are a couple of member functions, of which this is a constructor. Remember that a constructor in PHP is having a name construct itself, which is having a prefix of double underscore. Okay, and the two arguments that the object is going to receive. For example, if this is the construction of the object of the books class, I am saying physics is equal to new books. How many arguments? Two arguments I am passing to the constructor. So the constructor will take two arguments. First argument is given to the title member variable of the class, and the second argument is given to the price. So this arrow title is equal to par 1, that means parameter 1, and this price is equal to parameter 2. So this is the behavior of the constructor, right? Then there are some set and get functions which are called setters and getters. So set price will receive one parameter, and the received parameter is stored as the price variable, the value of the price variable of the object. So this price is equal to parameter. Similarly, there is a get price which will return the value of the price parameter, price member variable of the object. Similarly, there is a set title and get title. In addition to that, there is a get details method inside the class, which will just display the value of title and price of the calling object. Remember that this variable, a special variable called as this, stores the reference or the address of the calling object that we are going to use to fetch the value of the title and price of the calling object. So this is the entire class. Okay. Now we are going to create three objects. Remember that in order to create a object, you have to use the new operator. So new books, physics is equal to new books. Two parameters, we have decided to send two parameters to assign the data to two member variables of the object. So this is the title, price. New books, maths is equal to new books, chemistry is equal to new books. So these are the three objects that are declared and initialized by the constructor. Just print out the values that have been stored in these two objects, called the get details function. So it will print the title and price associated with the physics object and chemistry object, as well as the maths object also. Okay. Now I will call the set price method physics arrow set price. So this set price method will be called, and the value that is going to be passed is 25. So what happens? The 25 becomes the value of this parameter, and that will be assigned to this arrow price. Here this will refer to the physics object. So in effect, what is going to happen? Initially the value of the price member variable of the physics object was 10. Now it will be set to 25. Similarly, I am changing the title of the maths object. So I will call the set title, and then just to verify, the changes are to be displayed by calling the get details. Then what I am doing is, there is a get price method I showed you, which will return the price of the calling object. So I am returning the price parameter of first object, second object and third object, and I am adding it into a variable total, and then I am printing it out. So all the elements of the object oriented programming principles are used here: how to declare the class, how to declare the object, how to press the constructor into action, and how to call the different member
functions inside the class. So let us run this script book class.php and see what are the different results that they will be generated. Okay, this is the output. 3 objects were declared. For each object the constructor was called into picture and the values are, the object is initialized. Then we go on to change the price of object named as physics by calling the set price, and then you call the set title. Whatever changes have been done, they have been displayed in these two outputs, and then finally you call the get price for each object, and the get price returns the price which is an integer, and then you perform the addition which will give you the total cost. So that is the demonstration of the class and object as used in a PHP language.
In this video, another new feature of PHP 7 I will introduce to you called anonymous class.
So this is the example of an anonymous class in PHP 7. So in order to create an anonymous class, actually the anonymous class is the one which doesn't have a user defined name. So you can directly create an object of a unnamed or anonymous class. So this is the object of that anonymous class, equal to new is the operator which will create a new object, class. This new class will create an unnamed sort of class, and in front of which this is 10, I want to pass on the value to its constructor. Okay, so inside the class I have one data member or variable, member variable called as x. So private $x is my instance variable or member variable, in which in the same class this is a constructor. So the value that is passed here will become the value of this arrow x, so that means this x, and then there are two functions inside the nameless or anonymous class. One is add, other is subtract. So whatever argument that may have been passed to this add function, that and the value of x will be added and it will be returned. Same thing is with the subtraction. So let us now see what happens. This obj is the object of this class which has this arrow x being set equal to 10, and if I call now obj arrow add, so this function will be called, because that this function is belonging to this object, and the value that is passed to that function is 20. So what will happen, this 20 will go to this y, this arrow x is anyway 10 because it is coming from the constructor. So 10 plus 20 will be the value of this variable result. Similarly, if I call this add arrow or obj arrow sub or subtract, so this function will be called, this 5 will become the value of y, this arrow x is instance at the time of instance creation, the value of x has been set to 10, so 10 minus 5 will be the value of this result. So that's how an anonymous class, a new feature in PHP 7, that can be constructed and used. So let us run this and see the result. So this is the URL anonymous.php in my browser. Result is addition is equal to 30, subtraction is equal to 5. Addition is, the first result is the call to the inner function add inside the anonymous class, and sub, that is for subtraction.
In this video, we shall see the concept of cookies in a PHP web application.
So here now I will demonstrate the way in which a cookie is set and cookie is retrieved in PHP. Actually, I will show you 3 different codes. One is the HTML form, second is the PHP script which will set the cookie, and the third is the PHP script which will read back the cookies. So starting with the HTML form, the name of the HTML page is cookieform.html. All it has is a simple form in which two text elements are there, and the method is post. The form data is sent by using the post method to a PHP script called as setCookie.php. When you press the submit button, the data will be directed towards the setCookie.php. So what is there in the setCookie.php? This is that PHP script. So all we are doing is fetching the form data by using the $_post associative array. Remember that the HTML elements were having the names as name and age. So these are the keys. The values associated are retrieved and stored in the two variables nm and age. So use those variables to set the cookie. The syntax of set cookie function is set cookie, the name of the cookie and the value. Okay, the name of the cookie and value. Here you are setting the time interval, the URL and the other parameters as explained in the earlier discussion. So those two cookies will be set. It will just give a message cookies are set, and then it will give you an hyperlink. If you click that, this getCookie.php will be opened. That is having a code to read back the cookies. So this is the getCookie.php. What it does, it simply finds the value associated with the name key of the $_cookie associative array, that is a part of the request server variable. So from which the cookie name and cookie age are fetched and they are displayed. So whichever values that you may have given in the earlier form, they will be read back. So these are the three different codes. One is the HTML form, other is the set cookie script, third is the get cookie script. I'll show all these three activities in front of you by running starting from the cookieform.html. So this cookieform.html contains two text elements. Let us enter some data into it and press the submit button. What happens? The form will take the data back to a PHP script called setCookie.php. The two cookies will be set. Right? Now there is a hyperlink which takes me to the getCookie.php, which reads back the values. So these are the two values. So this is a small but effective example of setting and retrieving the cookies in PHP.
In this video, I'll tell you about the file input output operations and how they are done in PHP language.
Okay, so with the help of this example, I'll now show you how to perform the read write operations on a file object. Actually, I'm going to show you two different PHP scripts, one for writing the data into a file and another for reading it from the file. So first, the write operation. I have to use the function called as fopen, which is a inbuilt or predefined function in PHP. It takes two arguments, the name of the file to be opened and the mode. Here in this case, I am using the W mode because I want to create a new file. The name of the file is new file.txt. If at all this file opening operation is not successful, I want to quit the program by giving the message error in opening a new file because of any reason. Okay, then the fwrite is a function which writes the data into the file. This file is a variable which refers to the file pointer of the open file. So fwrite function takes two arguments, the pointer to the file that is opened and the data to be written into. I am initializing this str variable with this string. Incidentally, if you remember, this is a here doc syntax of creating a multi-line string. So fwrite function will write this string into the file, the name of the file being new file.txt. After completion of the writing operation, I would close the file and display a message, file created successfully. So if I execute this file and go back to my document root folder of the server, then I should see a new file.txt created there. Okay, so let us try running and look for that new file.txt if it is created or not. So I am giving this URL file write.php. I should get a message, file created successfully. So let us go into the document root folder and whether that file is created and whether it contains the data that we had written in our script. This is the PHP script for reading back the data in the new file.txt. So fopen function is again used to open the file in the read mode. R is for read mode. Again, this error checking mechanism I am using. If the file is unable to be opened, display an error message and exit it. If it is successfully opened, then what I want to do, read one line at a time and display it. So fgetS is another file function which reads one string at a time from the pointer which is pointing towards this file that is opened. So it will get one string from the file and display. Likewise, I want to keep on doing this till I reach the end of file. So feof is a function which detects the end of file. So while not fof file, that means what? Till the time there is data or there are lines in the file, keep on reading and displaying. As soon as the end of file is encountered, this loop will terminate, file will be closed. So if we run this, we should get back the data that was written. This is first line, second line, third line, etc. Read back from it and displayed on the browser. So let us try this also. So I am entering the URL as file read.php and if I enter it, this was the data in it. This is the first line, second line, third line. So this is how you read back the contents of the file using the fopen in R mode. Fopen in W mode will write, fopen in R mode will read back. Okay, so this is the example of reading writing operation in PHP.
In this video, we shall see how error handling activities are performed in a PHP application.
So this program is a demonstration of the die function in PHP. Die function, whenever it is encountered, the program will be terminated at that point only. The rest of the program will not be executed. And the die function optionally takes a string argument which is the message to be displayed and conveyed to the user the reason of the program being terminated. So for example, here die in the bracket in front of die, I am writing file not found. So if the die function will be executed, it will display the file not found message and then it will terminate. In this program, I am using a function called as file exist. This is a library or built-in function in PHP which tests whether this file name test.txt is present in the current path or not. If it is not present, that means not file exists will be true. If it is true, then the die function will be executed. It will display file not found message and the rest of the program will not be executed. If on the other hand, if this file is present, then this not file exists will not be true. So the else part will be executed. The given file will be opened using the fopen function. Message displayed will be opened file successfully. If at all there are any more statements, those will be executed in the sequence. So that's how the die function will be used, depending on whether the given file is present or not. The file will be either opened successfully or the die function will execute and the termination of the program will take place. So let us run this script and test for ourselves. This program is saved in the document root of the server. If at all there is a test.txt file in that folder, it will be opened. Otherwise, file not found message will be displayed by the die function. Okay, so let us see. So I am now entering this die.php URL. The file is not found, obviously, because the test.txt is not present in that htdocs folder. Okay, so let me now change, do the certain changes in the program and give the file name which is some file name which is already present. So if I give that file name, then instead of file not found, I should get a file opened message. Okay, so let me go to that script, change the test.txt to something which is present. Okay, so I have changed it to new file.txt. The file is already present in the document root. So after doing these changes, let us go back to the browser and execute this and see that the message. So I'll just refresh this page and the message will be opened file successfully. That is because the new file.txt is indeed present in the given folder. So that is how the die function can be effectively used to handle the errors.
Instead of the unilateral die function, you can also define a custom error handler.
So let us now see how a custom error handler function can be used in a PHP script. To set a particular user defined function as an error handler, you have to use a function called as set error handler. This is the name of the function, handle error, which will be eventually handling the error if at all it is created or it creeps up into the program. So this error handler function has been defined to accept two arguments. One is the ERR, error number, and error string. Right. So if at all in the rest of the program any error occurs, then this handle error function will be executed and it will receive two arguments, the error number and the description of the error called as error string. So if whenever this function is executed, it will print this error number followed by the variable value of the variable error ERR and ERR string. Additionally, it will execute or rather echo the message terminating the PHP script, and the program execution we anyway want the program to be terminated there, so you use the die. Okay, so this is the handler function defined, this one, and it has been set or designated to handle the error situation. Now in the rest of the code, what I am trying to do is I am trying to open fopen is the function which opens a file in the read mode. If it is successful, then the success message will be displayed. If it is not there at all, then obviously PHP is going to throw an error, and we have already said that a particular function is going to handle the errors. So the control of the program will be directly handed over to this function. It will print the error message and stop. And at the top of the script we have used a function called as error reporting. That error reporting function will decide what type of errors will be reported. So we have seen that there are different error levels. There are warning, there is error, there is notice, etc. So E error means all those errors which are of the type error, those will be reported. Whenever that type of error will be generated, the handle error function will be executed and that will print the error message. So let us run this script. Not present, the name itself suggests that the file is not physically the file is not present. So you expect the error message to be printed, error number, error string, and terminating the script, etc. Okay, so let us see. So custom error.php is the name of the script. I am giving it in the URL. So that is the output of the handler function. Error number. What is the error message? No such file or directory. Terminating PHP script is what we have hard coded as the echo message. Okay, so this is how the custom error handler can be used.
In this video, we shall see the exception handling as implemented in a PHP application.
Now this PHP script is used to demonstrate the functioning or mechanism of the well-known try, throw and catch mechanism, which is very popularly used in many of the computer programming languages to process the exceptions. And this program is also demonstrating a very commonly you commonly come across this type of exception, which is called as a division by zero exception, and it occurs whenever you try to divide a number by 0. So even though mathematically speaking a number divided by 0 is infinity, it is not possible to express or represent an infinity in a computer with a finite memory. So let us create such a situation where this division by 0 error will exception will occur or generate, and how to process that. So I am going to run this program in the console mode, because I want the user to enter the two numbers. Even if at all the denominator is 0, then it will throw an exception. That exception will be directed towards the catch block. It will display the error message. What is the error message? Division by 0 is the error message. This statement will accept a number from the standard input, another number also from the standard input by using the fscanf function. Now this statement is the one which is likely to have an exception. So before the program bumps into this statement, I want to throw an exception if y is equal to 0. So if what I am saying, if y equal to 0, throw. That means the control of the program will be diverted from the regular sequence. Instead of letting the program to go to this, I want the program to be diverted, or the control to be taken out from here to here. So this exception, the object of this exception will be processed by this catch block. Exception E is the exception object, and the associated error message is called as the get message. So the get message here we are passing on is division by 0. So you expect the division by 0 message to be printed. So it's a very simple example. Let me open the command window now and run the program from there. So the command window is in front of you, and I am executing this script exept1 exept1 I should write .php. If I execute this, it will ask the number to be inputted. I input something, and if I input some other number which is not 0, it will give me the result. But if I again run it, I give a number and second number happens to be 0, so it will print the division by 0 message which is coming out of the catch block. That's how the try catch throw mechanism is employed in PHP.
After seeing the example of try, catch and throw, there is one more way of processing the exceptions, and that is defining a custom exception handler. Remember that we also use a custom error handler. Now we are going to designate a user defined function to handle the exceptions that may be caused inside the program.
So this example is a demonstration of a custom exception handler in PHP. So you have a function called as set exception handler, which using which you can assign a user defined function to handle the exceptions that may be arising in a PHP script. So the function here, I have defined a function called as exception handler, which receives one particular argument. If this function is executed, the message that will be displayed is uncaught exception and the error message that is associated with the exception object, right? And this function I want to assign as my customized or custom exception handler. So whenever in the rest of the program any exception occurs, instead of the regular catch block which is normally used to handle or process the exception, instead of that, this exception handler function is going to be executed, doing all the activity of handling the exception, right? So this is the mechanism that should be in place. Rest of the program is very simple. Two values are to be input stored in x and y. If y happens to be equal to 0, the program throws a exception, a new exception, that means an object of the exception class. This is the argument division by 0 that will be given on to this, the get message. So as soon as the exception is generated, this set exception handler will be activated. The control will be transferred to this function and the message will be printed as uncaught exception division by 0. Otherwise, if no exception, then the regular normal operation of printing the result of the division will be taking place. So let's go back to the command window and execute this function. So the command window is in front of you. From the command line, I am executing this custom execp.php like this. First number, some number, second number, the regular operation of division will take place. But if I give some number but I give the denominator as 0, then the exception object will be thrown, that will be processed by this exception handler, custom exception handler that we have designated. Will print this error message, this exception message. So that is how the custom exception handler can be assigned or can be put into service by the set exception handler function.
In this video, we shall see the get and post methods as the value of the method is equal to attribute in our form. What difference does it make?
The method is get. So the data sent to the server side PHP script is sent using the get method. So as a result, what happens? The entire form data is the key and value pairs of the form element and its value. They are concatenated together and they are attached to the PHP script that you are going to call. Here which PHP script is being called? Get method. So the form data will be sent to the server as get method.php, and in continuation with the name of that, all the key value pairs like name is equal to whatever name you will enter, age is equal to whatever age you will enter, will be attached to the URL, and that URL will be processed by the server. PHP side script will be processed like that. The URL will contain the name of the script, and appended to it is the query string which contains the key and value of each form element that you will enter when you press the submit button. So when you press the submit button, that query string will be received by the PHP script. That will happen second time, because when the get method.php, this is the name of the PHP script that will be opened by the browser. First time this get variable will get $_get submit. First time the submit button is not going to be pressed, so therefore this will not be executed. But when it will be pressed, submit button will be pressed, the same script will be processed by the PHP server. Now the submit button is pressed, so therefore this if statement will be processed, and from the get associative array, the values associated with the get name and get age will be echoed back to the browser. So more or less the same thing that happened with the post method. Only difference is that when the get method is used, the form data is appended to the PHP script that is mentioned in the action equal to attribute. Okay, so we will see that particular URL is how it is created. We will run this example and I will show you the exact query string that is displayed in the address bar of the browser. Okay, so I open this get method.php in my browser. The form is appearing with two text elements, name and age. I now enter some data and press submit button. Now as soon as I press submit button, the query string will be formed. Name is equal to Anil, age is equal to 33, and that will be appended to this get method.php, because it is going to be redirected towards the same PHP script, because it is action is equal to has been set to the PHP self, right? So if I press submit button, there you see the query string is name is equal to Anil and age is equal to 33 or 33, and submit is equal to submit query. That was the name of the button. So this is the entire query string that is attached, from which the value associated with get name and get age is fetched by the PHP script from the associative array. So this is the behavior of get method.
After the get method, we will now see how the post method works.
So let us see the use of different HTTP methods. This example is using the post method. In fact, this is the HTML form, okay, in which there are two text elements. Input type is equal to text. The first text element is to enter the name. The name of the text element itself is name, and the second text element name to identify that text element is age. Okay, and then there is a
input type is equal to submit, it is a submit button, so that when the user enters the data and presses the submit button, the data is sent to the server side script, and that server side script is this one. I'm using the special variable called as PHP self, which means that the data is posted back to the same script in which the form is there. Okay, so when this form is opened in the browser for the first time, the submit button is not pressed, so therefore this condition is not true, and therefore this PHP script will not be executed and the form will be displayed. But when the data is entered and submit button is pressed, that means what? The associative array server side variable called as $post, in which the submit variable is entered, or submit variable is set. So therefore this is true. Then what will happen? From the $post array, this is the called as super global, which stores the form data in the form of an associative array, where the name of the element is the key and the value entered to that element is the value. So in order to fetch the values associated with the keys, I'll say $post name, which will give me whatever value that was entered inside the text box named as name, and similarly age. So this will be executed when the user clicks the submit button. So that is how the form data is accessed by the PHP script, which is the value of the action attribute of the form. The method is post. Okay, so this is the use of post method. Now I'll run this example and see that the form data that is entered is fetched by the PHP script. Okay. So on the address bar of the browser, after the of course the web server is running now, I enter localhost post method.php. I get a form. I enter some data into this, and some age. If I press submit button, then what is going to happen? The action attribute is redirected towards the same post method.php because of the PHP self variable. This data will be sent as the data in the post $post associative array, and from which the key and value, using the key, the values are fetched and they are echoed back to the browser. So this is the output. So this is how the form data is sent to the PHP script by using the post method.
The use of post and get method we have seen. There is another way of using or processing the form data on the server side, that is by using the $request variable. That is another super global that is maintained by the server.
Another way of processing the form data on the server side script is using the request associative array. As you know, the request server variable or request associative array can be used to get the form data or obtain the form data that is sent by the get method as well as the post method. So it really doesn't matter whether method is equal to get or method is equal to post is used. Of course, it will have an effect on the query string that will be generated. But then, as far as the fetching of the data from the form is concerned, all you have to do is use the associative array called as request. So request name will give me whatever the user has entered in the first text element, and request age will give me whatever the user has entered in the age text element. After the submit button is pressed, first when this request method.php is displayed by the browser on the first time, obviously because the button has not been yet pressed, so this condition will fail, this will not be echoed.
Instead, the form will be displayed. After entering the data, if you press submit button, because the data is going to be posted to the same page again, because I am using PHP self as the action attribute of the form. Second time around, this condition will be true, and therefore these two lines will be echoed. Welcome the value of the name element in the form, and age element in the form will be displayed, and this will not be displayed second time because it is exiting from the if condition. Okay, so more or less the same thing that happened in the post or get method. The same thing, same data can be fetched using the request variable also, that we shall see now. So for first time I am running this example with the method is equal to get. Okay, so the request method.php is opened in the browser, localhost request method.php. The same form is created. I will now enter some data and submit. Remember that the method is used as get, so therefore the query string will be a concatenation of the key value pairs, right? Now I will change the method to post and reopen the form. You see that the query string doesn't appear in the URL. So I have changed the method is equal to post now, and the same form is opened. And now if I press the submit button, because the data is posted, sent by the post method, the query string will not appear here, but the query string, the data of the query string can be fetched from the request server variable as before, where you see the data can be fetched. So these are the three different ways in which the form data can be processed by the server side PHP script using post method, get method, or request variable, right?
In this video, let us have a look at another new PHP 7 feature called CSPRNG. What is this CSPRNG? Stands for cryptographically secure pseudo random number generator.
So this program uses two new functions that are introduced by PHP 7, and the purpose of these two functions is to generate random numbers which are secure for cryptography. So cryptographically secure pseudo random number generators. These are the two functions. One is random bytes and another is random int. So the random bytes function generates a sequence of bytes randomly up to 5 number of bytes. Okay, and that string of 5 bytes is stored in this variable. If I print it, those bytes will be displayed, but not all of those bytes may have a printable representation. So what you have to do is to convert the sequence of bytes by the binary to hex function, so that a certain legible representation of all those bytes will be displayed. And the second function is random int. This is the minimum value and maximum value in between which a random integer number will be generated, and its value will be stored in this variable that you can print it out. So these are the two functions for generating pseudo random numbers which are secure as far as the cryptography is concerned. So let us run this, and randomization also we'll run it couple of times so that you will see the random changes that appear in the output. So this is csprng.php. This is the sequence of bytes, and this is its hexadecimal representation, and this is of course the number from between 0 to 999. If I rerun it again, the random sequence of bytes and numbers is visible. Okay, so that is how these two functions can be used, right?
In this video, let us see what is the one of the new important features that have been added into PHP 7 called as scalar type declarations.
This example shows you how to use the scalar type declarations in a PHP 7 function. Scalar type declaration is a new feature that is added to PHP in its PHP 7 version. So using this feature, you can actually declare the data type of the formal arguments to a particular function. For example, here I have declared a function called as average, which is designed to calculate the average of two arguments that are sent to it by the calling environment. So the first argument will become x, second value will become y, and it will calculate the average and return. But I want to ensure that these two arguments are integer. So therefore, to prefix the two arguments, I have used integer int $x and int $y. So that will ensure that the two variables or two arguments that this x and y receive, they will be integer. So also I also have specified what is the return type of the return value of the function. So that is defined by this int, which is given after the name of the function. Give a colon and specify the return type, and then the body of the function will be written. Okay, so these are the scalar type declarations of the arguments, and this is the scalar type declaration of the return value. So the execution is simple. Just call the average function, giving the two values. They will be picked up by x and y, and then the value will be returned, the average will be returned. So this is fairly straightforward, as it was in case of the PHP 5. So let me just execute this function and verify it. Okay, so I'm just starting the program by giving the URL in the browser, scalar type.php, average is equal to 15. So this is as per expectation. What we shall see is how the PHP program will behave if the data types are not integer. So for example, out of these 10, 20, 120, if I make as a string, then what happens? So here what I have done, I have given the two arguments to this average function, as one is 10 integer, the other is 20, it is not 20. So when this function is executed, how does the scalar type declaration have an effect on the actual execution? Now this scalar type declaration is implemented in two ways. One is called as the coercive mode and the other is called as the strict mode. So the coercion means what? This 20 will be automatically converted into a corresponding integer value by the PHP engine. So therefore, even if the string, this is a string, inverted comma means it is a string, but because it contains a digit characters, 20 will be converted into 20, they will be given to the y variable, and the result will be the return value, which is equal to 15, as was the case earlier. So even if I make it as within inverted commas 20, I am going to get the same result. Let us see. So even after changing the second argument to string, the same result is displayed. So that is called as a coercive mode of scalar type declaration. In order to enforce the strict adherence to the data types of the arguments in the function and the values that are sent to it. You have to start your PHP script by this statement: declare strict types is equal to 1. So which means that now the PHP interpreter or PHP engine will see to it that the data types of the formal arguments and the data types of the formal arguments are same. If they are not same, then it will raise an exception. Okay, so now that the scalar type is equal to 1 has been declared, and then if I try to send 10 and within inverted commas 20, then the automatic conversion of 20 to y, string 20 to integer y, will not take place, and therefore you expect, when you execute this program, you expect a certain error or exception to generate on your browser. So let us see. So I am executing the same script. Now you see there is a fatal error, uncaught type error. Argument to pass to the average function must be of the type integer, but you have given string. So it is now enforcing a strict type similarity because of the declare script strict types is equal to 1 statement at the beginning. Okay, so if I again go back to the code and change that inverted comma 202 back to 20, now the program will behave properly. Change it to normal 20 instead of the string 20 and re-execute the script. You should get average is equal to 15. Now this scalar type enforcement, either in the coercive way or in the strict mode, can also be applied to the return value also. So if I now change this formula of calculation of value to something like this. So what happens? The division of this x plus y divided by a certain float value will be a float. That means this value variable will contain a certain float, but you are mentioning that the return value of this function is an integer. And now that the declaration of strict types is enabled, declare strict types is equal to 1, this will not be allowed. Why? Because the function returns a value which is not integer. So therefore when you try to execute this, it will again give a fatal error saying that the integer value or the return value of the function is not integer. Okay, so let us now again run the program. So with the changes in the return value type, if I try to run, again it is giving an uncaught type error. Return value of the integer average function must be integer. It is returning a float, and that is not allowed. So that is how the scalar type declaration can be coercively enforced or strictly enforced.
In this video, we shall see another new feature of PHP 7 called as null coalescing operator.
So another new feature of this PHP 7 is this coalescing operator, that we will now put it into practical use. What this operator does is it verifies whether a particular variable is set or not. If it is set, actually this double question mark is called as a coalescing operator or coalesce operator. There are two operands, one on the either side of this double question mark. The first operand is the one which you want, or the one which you want to verify whether it is being set or not. And if it is not set, or if it is set, then this expression will be returned, otherwise this expression will be returned. If it is set, then the set variable will be returned to user, otherwise this string will be returned to the variable called user. Actually this is a sort of a replacement for the ternary operator that you usually see in most of the programming languages, where a certain expression which will return either true or false. After this expression, this question mark is used, and after the question mark, two operands are given separated by the column. If this logical expression is true, the first operand is returned, otherwise the second operator is returned. Now this ternary operator, specifically if you want to verify whether a certain variable has been set or not, for that you use this coalescing operator. So this is the variable that you want to see whether it is set before calling this script. If set, then that set variable itself will be the value of the variable called user. If not, then this string will be the value of the user. Okay, so if I call this script coalesce.php directly in the browser, there is no question of this script being called by a certain client side HTML script which may be containing a form, etc. So there is no question of this user variable being set. If it is not set, then it will display the not passed as the value of user, and it will be displaying username not passed. So also the output of the ternary operator. But if I create a form and in which a form element named as user is there, and then there is a action parameter or action attribute of that form set to this coalesce.php, then obviously what will happen? This user form element will be set. So $get user will be having a certain value which will be provided by the form. So therefore this will be true. So therefore user will be equal to the name of the user that you may have entered in the form. So you will get the output as username is equal to XYZ, say for example. Okay, so this behavior of coalescing operator now we shall see by running this example. I will open the browser. First I will call this script directly, and then I will call this script through a certain HTML form. Okay. So here this PHP script is opened, and as soon as I execute, username not passed. This is the output of the coalescing operator, and this is the equivalent output of the ternary operator. Okay, now what I will do, I will open a form like this. Okay, and this text box is named as user. So if I type something here, press submit button, this coalesce.php script will be executed. It will have within the get server side variable or server side associative array, so to say, it will have a the value for the get user, and therefore it will retrieve or obtain that XYZ as the value of the user variable in that script, and it will print that. That's it. This is the output of the coalescing operator. This is the output of the ternary operator. So this confirms the behavior of the coalescing operator in PHP.
In this video, we will come to know about the spaceship operator, one of the new features of PHP 7.
So let me explain the use of spaceship operator. This one is the new operator that is introduced in PHP 7. You can think of this spaceship operator as a two-way comparison operator, and the symbol of this operator is less than, greater than, and less than, equal to, and greater than. So normally the comparison operators are returning either true or false, but this operator, the spaceship operator, returns three values. If the two operands on the either side of this operator are equal, then it returns 0. If the first operand is greater than the other, then it returns 1. On the other hand, if the first operand is less than the other, the second one, it returns -1. So the three possible return values are 1, 0, minus 1. 1 if the first operand is greater, 0 both are equal, and minus 1 if the second operand is greater. So here I am demonstrating a few examples of the usage of this operator. So first expression compares 5 with 10 by 2. First operand is 5, second operator is 10 by operand is 10 by 2. So incidentally these two operands are going to be the same, so this should return 0. So what should be the output of the first line? 5 spaceship 10 by 2 equal to 0. Second expression is 5 spaceship 10 upon 2.1. So this is going to be something like for sure this will be less than 5. So this will be greater, this will be less, so you expect this to return 1. Okay, because 10 upon 2.1, that means the division will always be less than 5. Third expression is 3.142 spaceship 22 upon 7. So this is a well-known pi mathematical constant. Its value is 3.142 and a couple of a few more digits after this 3.142. So which means that this is always going to be less than this. The actual value of 22 upon 7 will be more by this, by a certain 0.000 something. So you expect this to be greater, so that means you expect minus 1. Similarly, I am using or performing the spaceship of a substring of hello world with hello. So substring hello world 0, 5 will separate hello. So in a way the left operand is going to be hello and the right operand is also hello. So therefore both are equal. So you expect this to be equal to 0. Okay. So using the spaceship operator with numbers, integers, float and strings. These three examples are used in this in this code. So let us run this and verify the result of the spaceship operator in use. So this is the spaceship.php. The result is 5 spaceship 10 by 2 is 0. 5 spaceship 10 by 2.1 is 1, as I told you, because 5 will be greater. 3.142 spaceship 22 upon 7 is minus 1, and spaceship between hello world and hello is going to be 0 because both are same. Okay, so this is the confirmation of the behavior of this new operator in PHP 7.
In this video, we shall see the principle of polymorphism is executed in PHP.
In this example, I will show you how the interface is used in PHP. Interface is similar to a class, but inside the interface only the functions are mentioned or declared. It doesn't have any body or functionality defined in the interface. The interface needs to be implemented by a certain concrete class, and the implementing class has to override the functions, all the functions that are defined in an interface. That is how the interface works. So in this example, I have declared an interface called as button, and in which I have declared one function which is public function clicked. Now any class which is implementing this button interface has to give a overridden explanation or definition for this clicked function. So here there are two classes. One is my button and other is your button. Both are implementing the interface called as button. So the statement would be class my button implements button. So as soon as this my button class is used to implement the button, the responsibility of the my button class is to give the definition to the method or function inside the interface. So clicked method has been defined. What is the definition or what is the functionality of this clicked function inside my button? It will just print out a message, my button clicked. So also there is a your button class which also implements button. So therefore it also has to define the functionality of the clicked function which is in the button interface. So what does it do? It prints out another different message, your button is clicked. Okay. So now in order to use the functionality, create an object of my button class and your button class. B1 is equal to new my button, B2 is equal to new your button. If both the objects are used to call the clicked function, what this will do? The implemented function will be executed. The base interface has a clicked function which will be or which has been implemented by the my button as this function. So b1 dot click, b1 arrow clicked will print my button clicked, and so also b2 arrow clicked should print the your button clicked message. So that's how the interface works in case of the PHP. Another use of interface in PHP is to give a sort of multiple inheritance scenario, because multiple inheritance, deriving or inheriting a class from more than one classes is not allowed. So the way around is to use the interface and implementing them. You can implement as many number of interfaces as you want, but you can extend only one class. So there the interface has a very important role. As far as this program is concerned, this will print B1 clicked should print my button clicked, B2 clicked should print your button clicked. So let us see the output of this program. So in the browser, I am giving the URL as localhost interface.php. I should see the two echo messages, my button clicked. It is the output of the my button class calling the clicked function, and your button clicked output for the your button class calling the clicked function again. So that's how the interface is implemented by the derived classes. Okay. With the help of this example, we shall learn to use an abstract class in a PHP program. What is an abstract class? It is a class which is only used to inherit a class from it. It can be used only as a parent class. In other words, you cannot declare an object of the class which is declared as abstract. Okay, so you have declared a class shape as an abstract class, from which you are having a rectangle class, and also I have a circle class which extends the shape class. And then you can have the objects of the derived classes. You have a R1 is equal to new rectangle, C1 is equal to new circle. So you can have an object of the inherited class, but you cannot have the object of the parent class which is an abstract class. One more thing, the abstract class may have some normal methods and some abstract methods. The abstract method will not have any body, it will have only a declaration. So likewise, abstract protected function area, there is no body, there is no bracket like this, or in which there are no statements. So it is somewhat similar to what the interface does. Okay, but when the abstract class is used as a parent class for extension, then now the abstract method that has been declared in the abstract class must be implemented in the inherited class. So here the rectangle class is extending the abstract shape. So therefore, Because this function does not have any body, this rectangle class has to provide the body to the function called as area. So in addition to this overridden implementation of area function, rectangle class is designed to have two member variables L and B. These two member variables will be initialized by the constructor and they will be used to calculate the area. On the similar lines, there is a circle class also, which also extends the shape. So therefore, the circle class also has the responsibility to override the abstract function in the abstract class. What it is doing? It is just calculating the pi r square of the radius that is given. Okay, so at the execution end, you have a rectangle class R1 is equal to new rectangle length and breadth. The constructor will initialize the object, call the area function. What happens? The area abstraction or abstracted area is present in the abstract class, but its overridden version is present in the rectangle class. That will be executed. It will calculate the area 10 into 20. That will be the result of area of rectangle. On the similar lines, there is a circle object whose radius is given as 10. The corresponding area function will be called up and it will calculate the area of circle pi r square. R into R is 100 into 3.14, whatever the value will be displayed, that will be the area of the circle. So this is how the abstract class is used as the base or parent class for the subsequent child classes or derived classes. So let us see the output of this program. So the URL for this script is abstraction.php localhost abstraction.php. You should get area of rectangle and area of circle as per the execution of the overridden area function in both of these two classes. So that is how the abstraction principle of abstraction is executed in a PHP script.
In this video, we shall see what is a session in case of a PHP web application.
So in this example, this is a demonstration of how to set session variables and how to retrieve or read the session variables that have been set. So to begin with, there is a PHP script called as session set, in which there is a form and there are two text elements, name and age. The input type is equal to submit. When this button is pressed, the data will be posted back to the PHP self, that is the same script session set.php by the method is equal to post. So obviously when this session set.php is opened for the first time, the submit variable will not be set. Underscore post submit will have no value. So this condition will not be true. So therefore this will not be executed and therefore the form will be displayed. But when the submit button is clicked, the $post submit associative array $post will have the value for submit button. This is set, so therefore this will be true. Session will start. Session start function starts the session, and then inside that session you set up a session variable called user, whose value is obtained from the $post and associative array. Value associated with the key name will be set as the value of the session variable user, and then it gives me a hyperlink to go to the check session.php. In the check session.php, the value associated with the user session variable is fetched from the underscore session server variable. That is fetched and that will be displayed. It will print a message, hello, whatever name you may have entered in the form, the name text element in the form. So that is just a confirmation of the session variable that is set. So I'll now open the session set.php first. A form will be displayed. Enter the data. Session variable will be set and read back by the check session.php. Okay. So this session set.php is opened in the browser. It is giving me a form. Just enter some data into this. Press the submit button. The data is posted back to the same script which sets the session variable called as user. Okay, the session variable is set. The name is used as user. So read the session variable back and it will print the message like this. This is how the session variables are set and read back using the PHP script.